Hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a beautiful and amazing Saturday morning or afternoon, wherever it is where you're at. Let me get called the fun here in chat and your wonderful support. Be checking out the Nova Drift Enemies 2.0 third update, the final update for Enemies 2.0. A lot of stuff on this. We got achievements are in the game now. We have Guardian rework, Saturation Fires reworked, bunch of balance changes. New enemies and bosses, of course. Gonna be cool. What's up, Qualt? Casually Challenge, good to see ya. Mad Process, hey there, Tiamat Rue, Red Lobster Cult. What's up, KMod9, Ravelight, Sofa Meyer, Split Skull, Mr. Great Rain, Op Newell, and all the other cool early people. Let me just get situated here, and then we'll head into a run. So I'm gonna unplug my controller real quick, one moment. Alright. Looking good. Just getting my stand set up here, and then we're going to click into the game. Make sure Steam's not open behind this. Hey, Thatterton, thanks for 62 months. Appreciate that, man. Alright, here we go. If you're new to Nova Drift, it is a roguelike asteroid-style score shooter based in a biomechanical universe. So you're a biomechanical ship upgrading slowly to improve your composition to try to survive as many waves as possible. This game's got a lot of cool stuff going on. Okay, let's go ahead and start with a flak run to start today. Flak's pretty cool, also very powerful. Alright, what shield do I want to use today? Let's go for a siphon shield. Actually... Yeah, we'll go siphon here. Siphon's cool. It's got a nice color palette to it. It's just a good shield. Not the most powerful, definitely not weak though. Alright, I would like to check out Engineer here. I want to get into a Guardian build. Oh, there's a reworked enemy. What's up, dude? Ow. Got him. Interesting. I mean, I could technically winnow here. Snipe is pretty good for flak. Targeting's okay too. I think I'd be okay getting rid of targeting on a flak build. For the sake of consistency and just getting a build going here, I'm going to take mines. Engineer mines add just a lot of splash damage. Not even planning to load these, just doing it that way. Okay, I don't want to commit to dropping shield yet. I'm not sure how the Guardians exactly work, so let's not do that yet. 25% thrust, I'm going to take that all day. Hard to imagine not wanting more mobility. Alright, wave... Was it 10 Challenger here? Nice. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to take Ricochet here. This does reduce the amount of projectiles we have, but now they can bounce. And while our projectiles do have a limited lifespan being flak, it's still very powerful because they're going to bounce from enemy to enemy. Gives our just overall composition more power. I don't plan on loading these mines. I do, however, plan on taking drones. I feel like the music can go be a little higher here. Just keep an eye on that. If at any point it's getting a little bit loud, like drowning out my voice or something, please let me know. But still massaging the balance here. Hey, what's up, Citrus Guy? Cheers to you. Yeah. I think I'm gonna use a roll here. Alright, let's take volley. We're trying to go to Fusillade. It's a really cheap way to escalate our offense, get more projectiles. The downside is we get less velocity on the projectiles, but still pretty good. Okay, I like where this balances out. I'm gonna real quick lower the sound number in the actual sound manager. This balance is sounding pretty good, but the music's a little loud. Volume mixer. One sec. Also hunting down a mystery noise here. Alright, sorry about that. It's getting a weird fan noise. Is sorted now. Alright, let's take Revelation here. Next recursive wild mod you choose is gained an additional 2 times. Yeah, I just need to blast out my PC fan. I didn't realize there was one on top, which I did not clean out last time. Now let's do a little click. That's okay. Okay, I want focus fire instead here. Deadly Wake, Tempest Break, probably not. Not against the idea of shielded constructs here. Yo, Echofied, thanks for 115 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, one more here. There it is. Alright, now we're all balanced up. Sorry for the delay there. So it turns out I'm a bit persnickety, I'll admit it. Ooh, it looks like these drone projectiles have more of a tracer now. It's pretty cool. Yeah, not convinced on self-destruction here. Definitely not convinced on subsumption either. All of these are kind of weird. Let's roll. Okay, let's take focus fire while it's showing. I would say blast radius is overall very nice for flak. It adds explosion radius per projectile. Okay, here we go. Doubles base projectiles. Awesome. It's going to give him a spritz now. Wave number 40. Wow. Wow. Ricochet's doing it. Get roasted. Alright, how tempting is this Winnow? We got shield durability, efficiency, stabilization. I'm not sold on taking Winnow. I like stabilization a lot. Who doesn't like having some good space breaks, huh? Hey, Siphon Shield's putting in some work here. What is this? When you take a whole hit equal to exceeding 50% of your maximum health, automatically fire an empowered attack. Let's grab some adaptive armor here. Ooh, what happened to your legs, friend? Alright, let's take agility now. I love turn radius in this game, it's so good. Okay, what does evolutionary niche do here? Plus 2% construct assembly speed for each unassembled standard advanced construct. Construct limit. No. Strafe, however, yes. Now we can do this little dart across the screen. Okay, I think what I'd like to pick up for our weapon is actually velocity, so that our ricochet flak projectiles have a little more lifespan. That'd be nice. All right, there it is, velocity. Taking ally here to go for guardian is kind of the route we were going anyways. I agree, Kiwi Fresh. I turned down strafe for a long time. I just didn't want to use it, and now that I use it, I have a hard time not using it. So it turns out mobility mods in this game are really the the end game. All right, snipe's good. Death Blossom. Death Blossom seems alright, but with flak, I don't think so. Let's just take snipe. Again, more projectile velocity, so we have more ricochets happening, and also damage per projectile based on distance traveled. That's adding a lot of damage. Yeah, let's take Ally now. Guardian was the target, whether it's good or not. Want to read some of these tooltips. Okay, Guardian. Upgrade your ally to Guardian. Your Guardian recovers the whole of other non-Guardian advanced constructs while nearby. Your Guardian prioritizes non-enemy targets. So I don't have other advanced constructs other than Guardians, so I guess the Guardians could probably heal each other. Okay, so this is kind of a way to diffuse self-damage. Okay, okay. That's interesting. 3 times Slipstream might be the better take here, but let's get into Guardian. They're doing alright damage. Not bad, not bad. Okay, 3 Challenger will kill us, I'm sure of it. Let's take some regeneration here. Yo, Spellsiger, thanks so much for 98 months. 2 more for that 100 club. Much appreciation. Yeah, the Nova Drift hit the stable beta branch right now, as of yesterday. I think the planned release date for this update to go to the live branch is the 17th. So it's pretty much complete at this point. Some bug fixes and stuff I'm sure will happen. Oh god, I was in the wrong spot here. That was scary. Okay, we're cruising him. Get cruised. I mean, I don't think targeting is terrible here, but do I need to take more weapon mods? Probably not. I think what I want here is channeling so that when I take core shielding and then probably siege weaponry or something, we're in a better spot. Truth is, I don't know where this build's going, and that's okay. It's our first run today. I was having fun. Priority 0. Fire rotation speed for advanced constructs. While you're near an advanced construct, you and that construct gain 8% whole damage resistance. Interesting. Let's go ahead and take a slipstream here. It's going to make us much more slippery, but we have the space break stabilization to stop us on a dime. Anyways, so we just got to manage our floatiness that way. Overall, though, 21% faster thrust is a very major movement improvement. Well, that's a wave. think I'm going to take a hyper metabolism here. Yeah, let's. This is a way we can increase our damage, and right now this puts our regeneration rate at a really awesome spot. Alright, nanotech dissemination. Guardians redetect 12% of the damage your other standard and advanced construct types take from enemies to themselves as self-damage. This damage is divided among deployed guardians. Okay, well this seems like really good if we're going like a defense drone route, because then the defense drones are even more tanky. Should make us pretty hard to kill. Alright, your ally regenerates 2% of its maximum hull a second. I mean, that's probably good. Oh yeah, this is maximum hull and rate of fire. I think evasion would be better if I'm going to drop my shield, which is looking likely at the moment. Have I taken any shield mods yet? I have not. Let's do a reroll here. Alright, core shielding. I'm in. Self-damage resist. I think we have to go some sort of self-damage to escalate far enough on this build to survive a while. Oh yeah, crucible time. I think I accidentally swapped targets here. Wasn't trying to do that. Uh-oh. There's one. Okay. Didn't realize these phases could combine. It's really tough. Man, what a track. Pixel Jam Miles, you nailed it again, dude. Oh, I see there's an indicator where the orb's going to come from now. Awesome. That's what that highlight is. That's definitely a great quality of life addition to this boss. Very tanky boss. Feeling our lack of offense right now. That's okay. can't have it all, as they say. Good fight. Alright, there's defense drones. Let's go. Once I have counter pulse up, I think we're offensively feeling a lot better. Oh. There's counter pulse. Let's do it. Literally just poked myself in the eye. That was awesome. Okay, a little toasty in here, man. There we go. Got a little pocket I can hold in now. Okay, well, I guess I'll see you later, Tater. Oh, another one? All right, later, Tater. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Need some water here. Water's good. Gain to voice balance been good for everybody. Looks great on my end, just confirming. I think corrosion here would be really nice for our current setup. Just with the amount of projectiles we have, but maybe targeting is a better damage increase right now. Yeah, I got some of that bean water too, don't worry. Water's more important, though. Penny, you are out of control today, and I think you know that. Yeah, yeah. You're about to get a tension diet, Penny. Yeah. I don't know, loaded mines be kind of birdy here at least. I don't think so, though. Hey, Glouches, what's up? Alright, we have an okay build for Glouches. It's not going to be a quick fight by any means, but the counter pulse here is quite good, and our blast radius on the flak is helpful. Ooh, Discord orbs, big time, dude. Big time. We take those. Now I have a really nice zoning effect around the character, where we're getting this counter pulse, and we have the orbs. So anything that's within a medium distance from the ship here is going to have a pretty mediocre time. And that's the preferred time I want my enemies to have. Extra mediocre, please. Almost dead. Got him. All my cats are full of beans today. What's going on? Daisy posted or my wife posted a picture in the pet channel on our Discord, and it's Daisy watching TV. We have our TV like somewhat elevated, so we both sit a little reclined, and Daisy loves watching TV, and she was for a long time looking up at the TV to watch, but now she's realized that she can lay on her back and it's more comfortable to watch, so she sits on the ground like a little cockroach and watches TV with us. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Later, Tater. It's going to be a problem wave for us later on, I think. Oh, those fire a lot slower now. That's fair. I'm liking these little balance changes I'm seeing. I did peruse the patch notes real quick, but still a lot of stuff in this update I'm unawares of. Oh yeah, 4 times Defiance is pretty good, especially if I end up dropping the shield. Let's just grab this now. I mean, it's not going to be bad. Also, it really helps out if we end up taking Siege Weaponry, which would be, I think, kind of the end of this build. Oh god. Where am I? Okay. Dead is where I'm at. Oh, fun opening run. Let's do it again. Fun start. Let's get some darts going on. Okay, let's assume I'm going to drop my shield on this run. Let's go ahead and take Temporal. So I can have purple darts. Everybody likes that. Nash, I've only done 1 run in the current beta, so no, none of my current scores are from that. Okay, we'll go engineer one more time here. It's a tough wave for this early. Dang. Okay, ally to begin. wonder what Architect Guardian feels like. Alright, well, I'm going to take improved thrusters here. Wow. This guy's track's awesome. Hey, give me that free stuff. Uh-oh. I only have one projectile right now. This is a little hinky. I'm all hinked out, man. Boy, that temporal shield really puts the damper on him. Love to see it. Oh, hey, I'm right here, by the way. This boss was added in the last version of the Enemies 2.0 update. Alright, we drone in. Drones are a really excellent source of early game damage, for Engineer especially, since you can have 5 drones out. So, Mine Specialist is interesting, but I think I'm going to stick with something else here. I think I'm going to go for Assault Drones in this case. We're going to go Burn Damage right now, because Burn Damage is Dart Damage. The upgrade I need right now is Volley to get to 3 projectiles instead of 1. Okay, well, let's grab Guardian here. Okay. Targeting, I guess. Yo, Plasnar, thanks so much for 75 months. Appreciate that continuation. I think if we get to this build again, which we probably will, I'm going to take Salvo. I think Salvo is probably the most efficient construct build, because you can let your constructs kill stuff and hold your Salvo for later. At least early. Man, I'm loving these projectiles on the drones right now. So purple. Now, I want Terminal Directive. Actually, do I want Terminal Directive? 100% damage, minus 20 fire rate. That's definitely something. Let's take Elegant Construction, too. Dude, can I get more projectiles, please? Let's take Corrosion. Alright, Revelation. That essentially comes out to a free level after we take the next Recursive Wild mod. I like free levels. Alright. I'm gonna take Skirmish. Alright, this is also huge damage. We haven't added any projectiles in yet. It's nuts. Wow, Plasnar, 75 months. That is 3/4 century, my dude. There we go. More projectiles, finally. Just in time for wave 42. Let's go. Let's go. Love me at him. Maybe not gonna one cycle here. Close enough, though. Oh, yeah, Temporal Shield messes this guy up real good. I remember. Okay, Guidance is definitely nice. Let's go ahead and take this Nanotech Dissemination, though. Gonna make our Guardians absorb some of the damage on our offensive drones, which I appreciate. Your Guardian confuses nearby enemies into attacking it instead of you. I don't know about that. I think I want just the meta charge right now. Okay, your Guardian can create and hold up to 1 meta charge power up every 15 seconds. Meta charge recovers 20 hull and shields over 1 second when collected. Modifiers to construct rate of fire affect the cooldown of meta charge. Guardians redirect 40% of the self damage taken to you and your other standard advanced construct types to itself. This damage is divided among all deployed Guardians. I think that's just the tooltip on Guardians, right? No, it's not. So the damage distribution does not happen until we take meta charge. We're there. Okay, let's take magnitude for dart damage. Not going to be going incredibly into base weapon damage on this build, but magnitude is very solid for darts. Alright, terminate, yep. I think payload's probably worth it, though Slipstream's interesting here too. Let's go ahead and take payload. Payload, I'd say, even with the fire rate down, ends up being approximately a 30% damage up for darts. Dart's duration is based on the size of the dart. Alright, Essence Sap ain't gonna be wrong here. Yeah, Broquaint, next Friday will be our 3,000th show here on Twitch. You're not wrong. Looking forward to that cool milestone. Nice to roll it over with y'all. Okay, here's Terminal Directive. Let's go. The directive is terminal. Got a couple ideas for builds after this. I'm gonna roll one, so I got 13 rerolls. Alright, how about some hull strength? I just tried to strafe out of there. Didn't work. Because I don't have strafe. Whoa! It's a crab. Hello there, crabby feller. Oh, it's a little crab. Hi, little crab guy. Some big-ass missiles there, man. Oh, another banger by Pixel Jam Miles. Watch out, you might start vibing. Watch out. Alright, let's go evasion here. Oh. That's cool. Guess I'm probably supposed to fight these, huh? Pretty gnarly, actually. Oh, I see. He's sending them out to replenish. Interesting. Do these go away, or they just stay here forever? This fight's awesome. Oh, snap. Nash, you're more than welcome to discuss anything about game mechanics for any game we play. No worries about backseat gaming or spoiling. The only thing you may ever get in a little trouble for here is if you're being a little bit overly intense or demanding with your suggestions, but even then I appreciate and understand your desire to help. And a timeout's no big thing over here. I'm generally very open to game discussion because there's so much to learn in every game I play, and I couldn't do it without your help. Okay, let's go rapid fire here. Okay, I'd like to get around to this. There we go. There we go. Now we're good. Okay, so killing the minions is how you damage the boss. That makes sense on Dweller. It does. Giant crab full of tiny crabs. Ooh, 3 times Twin Strike here. That looks pretty good. It's going to cripple our defense, but it's a big escalation for offense. Hey, Rusty Gears, thanks for 49 months, 9 minutes ago, and Spell Backwards, thanks for 36. Thank you. What good kidders I got. What good kidders. Okay, let me tap back in here. Twin Strike time. Okay, so now we just got 3 more projectiles at the cost of 21% less regenerative capabilities, including our essence sap. However, this is a very functional damage up. Okay, Fleet Commander. 2 of your drones are promoted to Commanders. Commanders have a 200% damage in hull and apply 1% vulnerability with their attacks. When a Commander is destroyed, another is promoted after 2 seconds. Vulnerability is sweet for darts, because darts are doing damage over time, and also darts deal more damage from more darts stuck in the enemy. All in all, a very positive function. Okay, I'm not going to take another Twin Strike here. That's kind of funny that it shows up ultra rare twice in a row. Let's take Evolution here. Look at that 10k tick. Hell yeah. We get roasted, son. Alright, the spawn that just happened in front of me is actually kind of nasty. Let's work on dropping our shields now. Temporal shield's really dangerous versus those because the tracer projectiles, they do damage per segment on the projectile, and when you have this setup with temporal shield, the segments kind of stack on top of each other. Really sketchy. It's not to say temporal shield's bad there, but you gotta be very careful. Let's do a roll here. I only have the one advanced construct. Not convinced on that. Actually, Grace Protocol becomes interesting here because we're protecting our drones via the health on the Guardian, and then if our drones die, they're getting resurrected. So I think if I can make it to Vital Bond now, then we're going to have a really extreme drone defense. You can definitely feel the improvement in damage based on the compared to the flak build we were doing earlier. This is a lot nicer. Get unceremoniously melted, sir. Let's roll it again. I think guidance could be good now that we have this kind of funnel. Yo, the Kinster, thanks for 61 months. Oh yeah, burst fire is a pretty extreme damage up. I'd rather just drop my shield right now, but I'm gonna take this. We blasted. Yo, TP Nils, thanks for 22 months. 2 more for 2 years. Thank you. So excuse me for just 1 sec. I'm just going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll continue this run. All right, we're back. Thanks for your patience during that brief one. Mako Stygian, thanks so much for 3 months during that break. As we're sitting back down here, I'm going to take Advanced Engineering, I think. Let's do it. The engineering, it's advanced. We're able to pump out some pretty serious damage numbers right now. It's pretty sweet, man. Louches, again. Okay, our damage is looking all right. It'd be a lot nicer if I could get my darts into one segment, but there we go, like that. Just like that. Big bada boom. Okay, we're level 34 right now. We're approaching kind of towards the end of this build. We do have a little bit of room left, though. 15 upgrades or so if this run goes well. So still room for improvement. Largest room in the world, as I like to say. I got ourselves a little safety cubby here. You're roasted, sir. Excuse me, you're roasted. Get roasted. Alright. Priority 0 could be okay, but I don't think that's it here. Let's do another roll here. Okay, maybe one more roll then. One more roll then. Looking to drop my shields here. It's just not happening. Let's go ahead and take these little fellers. If I do make Vital Bond, which seems the route I want to take, then we'll have some permanent little fellers. Yoho Ctan077. Thanks for 108 months. Appreciate that. Thank you all for that monumental support today and every day. Honor and pleasure to be here. Just a few shows away from 3,000 shows on Twitch TV. Been a real cool 11 years so far. Let's keep it rolling. It's the one I want right here, the rapid reconstruction, the other side of that. Okay, let's see siege weaponry here. Saturation fire got reworked. Instead of calibrating over time, your weapon calibrates as siege weaponry ramps up. While your weapon is fired consecutively, your projectiles that hit deal plus 0.4% total damage per hit up to plus 50% against the current target. Those bonus resets when you stop firing. It's pretty sick. The issue we run into right now, though, is we need power reserves to take that. So let's take stabilization. Yes, this is the stable version of the new patch on the beta branch. This is the basically the update before it goes onto the main branch on the 17th. So some, bug fixes and other slight polish happening. Though it's essentially finished. One roll then. Just don't want to give it to me then, huh? You know, I'm going to take agility. Agility is a very major defensive pick for me. It's like the ability to turn faster really increases this micro movement when you're trying to move in between projectiles and things. Big bada boom. A little bit spoopy in here. Alright, let's see. I mean, I don't think adding in mines here is necessarily bad. I mean, loaded mines would be a lot of global presence, even without Warp Strike, which we're not making here. Even if I just take mines, it's fine. Could go into minefield loaded mines and drop like a bajillion darts on one enemy too. Sounds fun. Hello, wave 135. Let's take out this shielder. There we go. He's already shielded, though. The shot could be a little weird. It was. Big bada boom. Whoa there. Okay, here we go. Rapid reconstruction, plus 100% regeneration rate, 40 base hull, plus 1 plating. You have no shield. Banishes all shield upgrade points from the pool. And then it's also going to unlock this vital bond mod. Your constructs benefit from 60% of your regeneration, which is quite high at the moment. A little over 6. Okay, 4.73 right now. Now, if we ask ourselves the question, is weapon mastery wrong? The answer is probably no. I'm not convinced I'm going to take loaded mines here either. Strafe sounds good, adrenal module, but weapon mastery is good for everything. Projectile size, fire rates, etc. Definitely a positive interaction. Take it. Okay. Rolling. Hey, there it is. Vital bond right there. Your constructs benefit from 60% of your regeneration. We're going to take that because we have this right here. Spontaneous generation. Swarm constructs take 0.75 hull damage a second. So this overcomes that so that the little fellers we're creating by killing enemies are going to be a semi-permanent addition. They'll be permanent until an enemy kills them, which will happen. But the big part here is that the little guys add vulnerability, which just scales darts damage directly. Get roasted. That was a tough wave. It was the real deal. Oh, right, I'm doing Essence Sap right now, so with the drones can still capitalize on our regeneration, but we're not actually regenerating without putting out damage. Makes sense. I think this build could have gotten away without Essence Sap, is the point I am getting to in a roundabout way. Let's have Ally regenerate here, because our Guardians are currently redirecting... Oh... I see. This would work with burnout reactors in some ways. Okay, I'm still going to take nanotech reconstruction. Yo, what's up, dude? How you doing? Oh, you sizzling? That's cool. That's cool. That's a big-ass missile, my man. No, I see you're keeping it funky. Good on you. Good on you. Oh, snap, those are tracers, okay. That guy's pretty cool, man. Dang, hey Skill, thanks for 124 months. Coda PDX, thanks for 108 as well. Back to back to back, more than 100 month subscriptions. Wow. Thank you for that amazing support. As always, if I relate to or miss your notification, do sincerely apologize. As part of our no frills format, which is no pop-ups, alerts, or sponsored gameplay, also do not have alerts playing in my ears. Though if you've been subbed for more than 100 months, you know the drill. Appreciate you very much. Let's do one roll here. I don't know what I'm looking for, but not that. All right, here we go. Strafe. That's something I want. Power reserves also something I want. Let's get Strafe now, because Strafe allows me to reposition more quickly by darting through. Hello, big feller. I see you again. I see you there, bud. Shield mods do not include wild mods. Removes regular stuff from the pool, like shield cooldown, shield durability, etc. A good way to look at it is taking Rapid Reconstruction removes the purple mods from the mod pool. Get blasted by a comet, you stinky bug. Actually, purple's not the color, is it? What's the color of shield mods? These are purple. It's like, can't think of the name of the color offhand. It's blurple is what it is. Indigo, there you go. That's the one. That's the one. Say magenta's like pink purple, right? Like magenta is the color of the shield that's happening on the enemy there. Alright. Yeah, Warpath ain't bad here. Neither is Homing Strike. Let's take Homing Strike, just add some side projectiles. They have very little lifespan, but we're talking about clearing out enemies or just adding percentage damage. It's quite nice. Let's not die about it now. Let's take out this guy first. If we squeeze through then. Okay, this is terrifying. Okay, he blew up? Good, good. I'm alive! Really? A singularity here on wave 200? Okay, okay. I don't disagree. Hey, we broke a mill. Awesome. We cruising right now. Until we got hit by 3 missiles in a row. Okay. Okay. Let's do it again. I'm not convinced on Guardians being better than Interceptor allies. I like the idea of Guardian, but I think the build needs to be more focused around advanced constructs if we're going to take that build. Just the Guardian with the drones is... it's aight. Okay, I have another idea here. Let's do a Purdy build right now. Okay, one more NG and then we'll switch it up after this. Just want to try to make a saturation fire here with defense drone, shockwave shield drones. More on that in a minute. All right, one railgun's gonna be kind of brutal here. Advantage of those shrapnel cones. Yeah, we did Guardian Turrets as our first build, not today, but the first time we checked out this beta patch. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I don't think it's the best, but it's nice. Oh, I kind of want to roll here looking for something offensive. Let's do one roll here. You know, all these are good, but I'm going to take drones right now because drones at least will be a passive source of damage. That's global. My point being, I don't have to aim the drones. What a track. Pixel Jam Miles, you madman. Stop making the music so good. I mean, 3 times spontaneous generation's pretty awesome, but we gotta go volley here. I need projectiles. Okay. Velocity is kind of a must with Railgun because the speed the Railgun travels is the damage it does. So 20% velocity is 20% weapon damage. Okay, let's go ahead and take Snipe here. You know, Barrage Saturation Fire is an interesting idea. I think for the moment I'm just going to take Hull Strength because it's a solid pickup that I'm going to take later anyways. Ooh, 3 Farsight, huh? That is tempting. Let's go ahead and take Magnitude here, though. We're not getting out of a Railgun build without taking some significant weapon mods. That's just a factual. I kind of like the 3 times Galvanic Outburst, but I could live with 1 Galvanic Outburst instead. I'm going to take Shield Effect Radius here, because we're going into shielded drones, which is going to look awesome and also be very powerful. The Radius on Knockback Shielding is much more effective than a lot of other shield types, too. Me like. Okay, I don't want to take this. I'm not dropping a shield. We're in fact keeping the shield big this time. This is pretty cool, the Radiant Shields. Let's take 3 times Spontaneous Generation here, because I am absolutely going to be grabbing Vital Bond at the end of this. Ooh. Okay, if I'm passing shields, Death Blossom, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna go shielded constructs now. Instead of protecting you... Oh, right. The spontaneous generation is not going to work here. This is still a fine pick, but we're not getting Vital Bond. If we're gonna get anything, it'd be Apex Machinery. Okay, let's go for the shielded constructs. 50% shield damage resistance for constructs, 10% hull damage resist, 10% base hull, 10% maximum hull. For every construct your shield protects, shield effect power and shield effect raise are slightly reduced. So for having more drones here, we have a little bit less effect. But as you can see, we have a really massive stacking pushback effect near our ship. Whoa! There, little feller. Yeah, alright. I think the knockback should really sort us out here. Oh, my shield's down. That's not helpful. I was like, why isn't it getting pushback? Oh, because it can't. It's going to be a long fight, and that's good, because I have not seen the full phases here. Oh, okay, that's their real weak spot back there. Oh, you can destroy the orbs on him. Okay, okay. I see it now. That's cool. Whoa. Still prepared for that. Might be dead here. Seems like you can kind of mix and match attacks pretty regularly. Interesting effect. Okay. Okay, don't sit behind Dreadnought. I wonder if his attacks are reduced since we destroyed those orbs. Looks like he's not sending out the, Yeah, he's not sending out as many orbs. Interesting. Oh, okay. They're getting attracted there to that. Ooh, okay, I get it now. Look at that. Very interesting. It's almost nice to hit these new bosses with the weaker builds so you can see all their attack patterns. Okay, he is still shooting orbs. I'm gonna go Apex Machinery. I think that assault drones actually work out better here. I think that's what I'm doing. Let us go for improved thrusters. The mod that I really want right now is just targeting on my stuff. Yeah, these are all good, but... Okay, rapid fire then. Finally targeting. I need to get some regeneration working here. Our health regeneration is pitiful. Getting a little coffee here and adjusting my keyboard. Awesome possum. God, this game's good, man. So good. Focus fire is interesting. Let's go assault drones here. That's the route we were going to take. Alright, calibrate goes towards saturation fire, right? Yeah. I don't know if I'm making saturation fire on this build. Let's just take mines here. Let's keep this a little more standardized. So we're only level 19. It's not a ridiculous ask to make it to Warp Strike here. Okay, I'm going to take Terminal Directive. Maybe Terminal Directive was a little bit wasted there, I'll admit. Alright, streamline. Streamline's what we want. I do also want to get to loaded mines here, but streamline for the moment. Makes us faster, more maneuverable. Gets us towards Blink, which is the other side of Warp Strike we need. Then loaded mines. Later, Tater. All right, Fleet Commander. All right, well, I cannot dodge a thermal lance. There's no pushing that away. It's a lance of thermal. It's kind of funny we're pushing him away here, too. All right, damage ain't bad, man. Yikes. Ooh, almost dead. Almost doesn't count, in fact. Okay. What does this do? +2 drone construct limit. I think Mine Specialist would actually be much better here. Let's do a roll. Apex Machinery plus 30% construct maximum hull, 30% rate of fire, 30% mine damage mine effect, 75% longer construct assembly time. You know what? I'm going to give it a go. It's going to make our drones a lot better. Means we have much slower mines, but they're still popping. Hey, glad you can make it, Sykes. Gonna be a fun one, you can just tell, man. You can just tell. I'm gonna say that homing strike is generally pretty desirable with railgun. These side railgun shots aren't very powerful, but they're still powerful enough to kill small enemies and take out hazards. I just realized my pillow's backwards. One sec. There we go. Much better. Bonk. Okay, one more reroll, please. All right, let's take loaded mines here. We're 2 mods away from warp strike, so it's gonna happen. This is gonna have random-ish, you know, mines popping off for quite a bit of damage. I think this might not be worth it with the Apex machinery. Hard to say. Minefield might be worth it just to have 50% mine assembly speed. Let's do that. Still gonna keep these on auto deploy though. Okay, blast radius is quite nice for railgun. Means when the railguns hit, they do a splash damage explosion. Alright, payload time. Oh boy, this fight's gonna be something. Hey, what's up, Wizmander? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, this is the official stable beta branch, or beta branch stable right now. The update's supposed to drop on the main branch on the 17th, though it's just some remaining polish left. It's been experimental for a week and a half, 2 weeks or so. Yeah, high explosive's pretty good. Let's roll, though. Okay, charge shot, charge mines is kind of where I want to get. I also very much respect charge railgun, but it can honestly be kind of a pain to activate. For now, I'm just going to tap the button. Here we go, loaded mines. Okay, now I gotta get warp strike. So when I deploy a mine now, it's going to charge up like so. And then when it reaches maximum charge, it's gonna do some really big railguns. This will be vastly improved if I can get warp strike going on. Whoa. Almost dead. Well, I need to take at least the 40% regeneration mod. No, I want Mine Specialist here if I'm going to do anything. Okay, let's take Skirmish because Essence Sap would be a way for us to fix the healing on this build. Also, Terminate's going to be good. Blitz also amazing for Railgun because it's bonus damage for the first hit on each enemy. First weapon damage, rather. Alright, game, here's the thing. I just want Blink, which is in the pool right now, so I can get to Warp Strike. One more roll then. Alright, Orbs of Discord, I'm going to take those. It's a mod we probably won't see again. I generally find it very helpful for offense and defense. Hey, Seraph, been a minute. How you been? How you been? Still no Blink. Kinetic boost is definitely good. Stabilization too. Okay, I'll just take Weapon Mastery, and then surely Blink's going to show up next. Yo, there it is, blinking. Okay, now we can blink to this reticle every couple seconds if we want to. Very nice mobility and movement tool. Can also blink through enemies, which is probably the most common use of the item for me. These missiles can't quite reach me, it's so cool. Really like the design of this boss. Woo! Thanks, Galaxy, for the assist. Yo-ho, GameCube 2, thanks so much for 14 months. Glad you could be here to enjoy some Drift. Always a pleasure going back to this game. So good. I'm gonna roll here. I'm gonna roll here. There it is, Warp Strike. Your projectiles can screen wrap once. We have minus targeting on projectiles that have wrapped, but if you think about that our mines explode in a 360-degree radius, the ability to screen wrap is monumentally helpful. I do like a high explosive here with the railgun. Shield cooldown also looks pretty alright, but our shield hasn't been dropping yet. Let's try high explosive. Means the blast radius we're going to get on the charge mine railgun hits is going to be very extreme. As you can see there, it's hitting almost the entire screen when those pop off. It's a nice little insurance versus waves with lots of little enemies. Okay, I think I'm going to go Burst Fire now, because 20% fire rate should add 2 projectiles to our mines, and also gives me just a better sustained volley overall. Yes, it did add 2 projectiles per mine, and we see these railguns are hitting for 5 to 9,000. Yo, Spiritual Prophet, thanks so much for 94 months. Enjoy that continued lurk. Half year for that 100 club triple digits. Thank you, Spiritual Prophet. Let's roll it. Calibrate could be good here. Increases projectile velocity is pretty nice. Am I going to make Saturation Fire on this build? That is, I would say, dubious. Let's take Calibrate anyways, though, because the longer we don't fire, the more precise our weapon hits become. Which is really nice, especially on a boss like this. I can pinpoint the damage. Oh, wow, he's getting blast damage out of the game by these loaded mines. Crazy. Okay, Absorption is healing in a way. I think we're getting to Essence Sap here soon, though, which makes me not want to take Regeneration. Let's just go for Absorption. Some damage mitigation, always nice. Yeah, it's easy to do, Wiz. It's easy to do. You come back to this game. Get hooked. It's so good. My understanding is the remaining patch after this one is going to be almost exclusively in-game polish and stuff like that, getting ready for the 1.0 release. 1.0 release is currently slated early 2024, is the last I heard. This game's an amazingly complete product for early access and has been for the 2.5, almost 3 years I've been playing. The thing is, though, it just keeps getting better and better with every update. It's gone from a very complete game to what I would consider a gold standard. And I do love me a good gold standard game. My highest level of like 56, 57, something like that. I don't take Grandeur very often, so... I mean, shield cooldown's fine here, but other stuff, please? Ranker, huh? No. Okay, I'm almost out of rerolls. I think firing array is going to be a net positive for my volley. Yeah, it's going to improve the damage on my volley, I think. I don't know, maybe firing array was kind of a wash there. I'm sure that didn't hurt anything. Yeah, this game's been in early access for a little over 4 years now. It's been very consistently updated during that time. I wouldn't consider this an early access title, more of a work in progress, I guess. Or it's not even a work in progress, because it's... If the game released right now, it would still be the gold standard for the game type. But the dev still has more plans for final content, which will be happening this year. As it turns out, the term early access is a very wide definition. All right, let's go for Rupture here. Rupture is really good damage on any segmented enemy. Alright, so we learned here that destroying this boss is really more about destroying the enemies he produces, and this build is going to excel at that. 21,000. Hell yeah, that's vulnerability at work right there. Hit him with the 21. In the current patch, after wave 300, every 50th wave is a cursed wave, which has other modifiers. Other bosses will spawn as part of the normal waves, though, as early as past wave 100. All right, force armor. Let's go ahead and do it. Knockback resist is great. More holes, great. Big bada boom. I'll take this guy out here. Okay, we're good. Okay, shield's down right now. Let's use this enemy's slowness to regenerate our capabilities. Good. Okay, do I have power reserves yet? I don't think so. Incendiary Strike's very powerful here. Let's keep this a little bit standardized right now. Like, I want to go into siege weaponry, but I'm realizing we don't have that much room left in this build. I need to pick up Essence Sap and a few other things. This build's also operating at a very nice place right now. It's got some legs. Build's making me want to do a carrier run. Alright, I was talking about picking up Mine Specialist here, and I think I'm going to, because our drones are shielded, so we're really not losing the drones very often. So getting an additional mine damage, mine effect, and mine assembly speed here sounds cool. I would actually say our mines are doing significantly more damage than our base weapon right now. Our base weapon is still shredding, but it's not hitting as hard as the charged mines, which are getting fully charged at this time. What's the mine limit right now? Let's see. Mine limit is 8. What a series of explosions. Big bada boom. My man. Polar inversion would make some extreme chaos on the screen. Let's chill on that for a sec. I don't feel like shield cooldown's bad, necessarily. Still gonna roll here, though. You know, I think efficiency could be alright. Let's roll one more, please. It's not what I want here. What about... Let's just take a slipstream here. Or we can have Splinter. Brookwayne, so the reason we're getting so much blast radius here is, one, we took blast radius, right? So that our projectiles have blast radius based on weapon damage. Then we took high explosive for 20% blast radius. And then we're also using charge shot on our mines. And charge shot reads charging improves total weapon damage, projectile velocity, projectile size, and blast radius. So the fully charged mine shots are receiving a really massive bonus to blast radius. 10% for blast radius, 20% for high explosive, and then probably somewhere around 200% for that fully charged mine. I think Splinter is acceptable here. I think it's the best in class. Seeing. So the big explosion radius is really all about charge shot. That's what's providing the biggest bonus. Oops, all dead. Where'd your legs go, friend? Ooh. Big bada boom. I'm almost dead right now. It's true. That's right, I haven't got Essence Sap yet. Jeez. Look at my regeneration, it's pitiful. This guy again, alright. This guy was not doing well versus our blast radius. Yeah, very weak to blast radius. Alright, no rerolls. I guess we're just going to take Warpath then. Really hoping Essence Sap shows up for us, is all. Okay, am I dead? Damn it. I love it. What a game, what an experience. We're 1.5 mil right now. This run's awesome. Didn't realize we were so far along. Just been cruising here. Oh boy. Okay. That is one nasty wave, my man. Love that guy. Okay, I'm one more blast damage away from death here. Just chill for a second. Really need Essence Sap to be our next upgrade. We've got a really nice build for Glaucius. Glaucius is especially weak to blast damage because it has a segment for every segment on the enemy. So our large mines are going to be relatively chunky and also very damaging to the enemy. Here. That is chunkerific. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. All right, Leaf on the Wind's definitely acceptable here. It's not the regeneration I wanted, but it does give us minus size and plus bonus damage for not having taken enemy damage. I think it, at most points, will be fighting at somewhere around a 5% damage bonus, but could potentially be much higher. I don't think with this many drones surrounding us with shields that not taking damage is going to be very reliable, but it will happen. Yeah, this game's performance is really good overall. It's just when you're hitting, 100 different segments with 4 different gigantic blast explosions, there's going to be some slowdown. Seems reasonable. Yikes. This guy gets quick, man. Holy crap. Stop it. Stop it. Wait, he's not dead yet? Sir? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me. If you consider dying, that'd be more convenient for me, thanks. Yo, Lazab, thanks for 52 months. Thanks so much for that continuation. Hope you're having a nice afternoon. Okay, wave 300 here. This is a pretty nice wave 300 even, because we were able to take out that one enemy right away. And if I can dodge here, we're going to be all right. Nice. Wave 300 down. Oh, Ricochet. I was like, I have to see Essence Sap here, but Ricochet means our projectiles are going to bounce from enemy to enemy, which, as it turns out with Railgun, is pretty sick nasty. This build turned out a lot better than I thought it was going to. Okay, my shield's down. That's not good. Oh, God. Hey, up. Greetings, feller. We've been through this. Man, this guy getting faster is really gross. Ah, thanks, Wiz. It's been a good run. I have my good and bad days with this game, but I got some consistent builds in my pocket. This build was not a planned build, it just kind of came together. Builds without a starting plan are my favorite kind of builds. With any luck here, I'm actually going to reach level 49, and Essence Sap is totally going to appear. We're going to have a stable health regeneration then. Losing our shield and losing our health is obviously how we lose, but on this one we have very little regenerative capabilities, so to be able to recover faster from losing shield and most of our health would be really nice. Take that, enemy scum. Yeah, we've done well with Thermal Lance for sure. Okay, darn. I think I'm going to take some damage down here to get guidance for better targeting on the mines. Also very good for that ricochet. I don't like the minus velocity, but, you know, that's a concession I'm going to make here. A little bit less damage for more shots hitting targets. Seems fair. Definitely didn't seem to slow us down very much. I would bet to say it's probably more than the 20% damage increase because we're hitting with more of the mine projectiles.
shield cooldown is spoopy long right now. Yoinks badoinks. That's scary, man. $355. Oh, that was the cursed wave. That one that we just had that was really scary. Every 50 waves after wave 300 are officially cursed. I don't know the true definition of cursed, but I know they have increased difficulty and probably increased movement speed. Or at least increased enemy value. Okay, this is not good. Careful here. Oh god, oh god. Oh god. I'm alive. Barely. That's cool, man. Barely counts. Almost level 50 here. Level 50 Essence Sap, please. Okay, am I dead? Almost. Oh, Lord. Okay, I have no rerolls here, so I can't make it there. I guess I'm going to take Adaptive Armor because it is damage reduction. Hitting level 51 here is not impossible. I guess what this build is teaching me is exactly how much I can get away with without Essence Sap. It's quite a bit. Guess we'll be level 51 here, and I don't know, 100 waves or so. No big deal. Okay, right now I'm incredibly low on drones. So it's going to chill here for a second, let the mines do the work so that I can have more time to build my drone ball back up. Where am I? Okay. I am dead. Hey, 2.7 mil is a hell of a run on Nova Drift. First little throw together there, that was awesome. All right, what I'd like to try next is I want to try a carrier run with the new Guardian, because the Guardian reads that it diffuses damage that your advanced or standard constructs take. So I think with the carrier ship, that could result in having a lot of standard or advanced swarmers. Before we head into another run, though, it's going to take a short break to stand up, stretch my legs, use the restroom. Be back in just a moment for some more runs of Nova Drift. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh, there's a glossary now? Hold on. I want to check this out. Okay, so like, I don't think you can officially fully set off burnout reactors. Burnout reactors is 8 damage per second to your constructs. Okay, look at this glossary for all of the terms. That is really nice. Look at all these modifier things we can have. Okay, love it. One thing I really appreciate about this game is the care taken in wording all of the various stuff, and also the constant updates they make to that. All right, gonna get my pillow in place here, and then we're going. So I think even with the even with the 40% damage diffusion, that burnout reactors would be too much. Your shields definitely count as your shields while guarding a construct. I can confirm that 100%. The things that don't work are, say, like Death Blossom, where it says when your shield stops protecting you, it's not your shield. Well, it is your shield, but it's not protecting you. It's protecting your drones instead. All right, let's keep it simple with some salvo here. I'm trying to build kind of a defensive juggernaut build here with carrier, and I think this is going to be a good way to go about it. There probably is a way, Sykes. I'm not visualizing the path at the moment of how that would work. Okay, I'm gonna take Siphon Shield. I would say Siphon Shield is a very nice base shield for all ships. Does that damage over time when you're near stuff? It's not huge damage over time, but it's something. Alright, carrier ship type. You automatically assemble and deploy swarm constructs to apply vulnerability to targets. While a damage shield protects you, a portion of your swarm construct are assigned to recover your shields. While your shield is down or you have no shield, swarm constructs gain increased movement speed and rate of fire, plus 10% shields. Swarm constructs type, basic construct, rarely created as standard or advanced constructs with improved abilities. Construct limit 4+1 for every 2 of your levels. So we're maxing out about 30 construct max there. 8 damage applies a 0.25 vulnerability. Okay. I'm going to keep my shield up this time. I usually don't on this ship because when you drop your shields, the swarmers are pretty powerful offensively. But I got me an idea, and we're going with it. I mean, these are all good. Maybe just grab some targeting here. Targeting will not be wrong. Don't chompy chomp my friendos. Look at him getting melted by that Siphon Shield. Oh, Siphon Shield also heals itself when it's dealing damage, which is pretty sick. Alright, let's pick up mines here just for another source of damage on the field. These mines will end up being loaded, but for the moment they can just be a passive source of damage on the field. I don't want to be chompy chomped. I feel like it's too early for a loaded mines. Let's go improve thrusters. Let's get Warp Strike before we drop into loaded mines. Alright, how is this banish? This banish is... I can't recover from that. I need velocity here in snipe. Okay. More projectiles are definitely good. Behind blast radius is concentrated blast, just 35% missile damage. I'm going to try to avoid this for right now. Well, I don't think I'm going to get out of this build without the 35% missile damage. That's too good. Okay, Challenger, definitely. Challenger summons a larger than average enemy for this wave. Can be champion or boss or quite a few things. Regardless of the status, it's going to give us a level up and a lot of extra XP here. Okay, Elegant Construction. Well, this seems like a pretty passable Winnow. We're going to lose out on Guidance, which I'll admit does hurt a little bit. But other than that, the rest of these banishes look awesome. I don't want Homing Strike. Calibrate, I don't think we're going to use here. Shielded Drones, we already decided we're not doing. Masochism, no. Bravado could be a consideration. Body Gear's power is improved by 15%, so that'd be an additional 1.5% shields. Probably closer to 2% with the base stat improvement. And then also, how would that be? So 4 plus 1 for every 2 of your levels. Body Gear powers are improved by 15. I think only the blue text will include Body Gear powers. Okay, I'm gonna Winnow here. Gives us 7 more rerolls and reduces our size. More importantly, it skinnies out the mod pool, so we have a clearer route to the build we want. Oh, I forgot an H in that command. That'll happen. Alright, let's hit him with the Sniperoni. Alright, efficiency's a big yep here, because we're only technically firing when the missiles are being released from the ship, so this is just better regeneration and shield. Cooldown rate, which are both very nice. Ooh. Alright, I normally would probably take Mind Specialist here, but since we're keeping the constructs on the ship that I'm not going to, because minus 40% assembly speed for other constructs, we're going to have a maximum of almost 30 constructs, so I can't really afford to diminish that capacity. Much as I might like to. I think Gemini Protocol could be very good here too. Maybe I just take loaded mines now. Let's do it. These will not be fully realized until we have the Warp Strike working. Still significant damage output, though. Okay, shield cooldown. Okay, here's concentrated blast. 35% blast damage. And missiles are blast damage. It's good, Canaletto. Hell yeah, never go back to Loot Snake Lake. I'm the only one allowed. Rupture is beyond decent here. At the end of this, am I going to want Gemini Protocol? Yeah, I am. So I am going to want Essence Sap here. The other route we could take would be to not go down this path and then take Regeneration and maybe a Hypermetabolism. That could technically be better. Terminate's a hell of a pickup, though. Just based on our previous run, let's try to avoid this for a minute. Let's take Rupture here. I think Rupture as a one-off offensive take is rarely going to be a bad choice. All right, I'm going Streamline on this. Deadly Wake is okay too, but Streamline's better. I think rather than Deadly Wake, I'd rather just take a Scorching Wake if I was going to take anything. Oh, hey, we could take Regenerative Shields and Essence Sap here, technically. Let's take Hypermetabolism right now. So this reduces the total hull and shields that we have, but it's going to greatly increase our regeneration rate. Now at 4.2 a second. That's not terrible. I can tell you right now, this fight's going to take a minute. Oh, yoinks. Okay, I got one bubble down there at least. All right, conversion. Probably not converted. Here's Streamline Butte. That's the one we needed to get Blink in the pool. It's a crazy hard enemy for Wave 40. I imagine the balance on this one will be changed a little bit, though it's a really cool enemy and very well designed. I don't think it's overpowered or anything, it's just new. All right, let's additionally take 40% more regeneration now. This is only 4.75. I guess it's 40% of base, which is fair. Could definitely see Death Blossom being fine here. Is it good, though? Let's use our reroll. I got 18 rerolls right now. Let's take a little fishing adventure here. Well, one Twin Strike is pretty good. I think we can get away with one Twin Strike here. Also, Discord Orb's really nice at the moment. Let's take the Discord Orbs instead. I'm not trying to build a massive offense on this build. I'm trying to find a compromise between offense and defense, which is a very dangerous line to play in a game like this. Prefer not to reduce my recovery capabilities with Twin Strike. Oh yeah, I was going to take Guardian here, wasn't I? I'm going to drop the Guardian idea for right now. At least get to Warp Strike, and then I'll consider coming back for it. Here's a question. If we're going to do Guardian with shielded drones, what shield will we want on the Guardians? I think Siphon would definitely work. Okay, we're going to go Volatile Shields because Discharge and Fusion could be a serious way to get our offense to a place that is sustainable without many more, if not any more, weapon upgrades. I need only Magnitude to get Infusion in the pool. So look at this blink reticle. I can blink for days right now. Wow. Wow. Okay, Ricochet. Ricochet's really good on salvo. Okay, we did lose one projectile for that, though, so we're generating less. But the projectiles that land, if there's any more than one enemy on screen, are essentially getting double value. You can also see that the missiles generated by mines are doing the same. Okay, Warp Strike, here we go. Now our missiles can warp the screen, which is massive for the mines. Here's Magnitude. Do 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 do. Vulnerability got it done there. Is it too early for Gemini Protocol? No. Solid. Now our damage is split between our hull and shields, so we can utilize our hull regeneration much more easily. Oh, wow, that put a hurting on me, partner. This guy's somewhat resistant to blast damage. This only works if we have Essence Sap. Nice Smurf, sounds good, dude. All right, kinetic boost. Movement speed increases. Damage, since we have a lot of passive damage sources, that's nice. Alright. I'm gonna roll here. 21 reroll is so many. Probably should start looking at more projectiles here, but I want other stuff, like discharge into infusion. If I get infusion here, we're gonna be spicy boy. Ow. That was my face. I'm using that. I think the official release date for this go to the main branch is the 17th, so if you want to hop in and play this patch, you can just activate the beta branch in the Steam properties for the game. It is basically complete, just some more polish coming. Okay, if I take a second ricochet here, does that mean it can double bounce? I actually don't think that's very good. I think there's a better regression available here too. Here we go, infuse. Discharge now deals 8% of your current shield with self-damage to you. When you fire your weapon, it gains added damage equal to 400% of the self-damage dealt by discharge divided between projectiles fired. Discharge bolts of energy originate from your weapon projectiles instead of your shield when it hits targets. So what this essentially does is it gives our lasers lightning bolts when they hit targets. This is much less about the damage added per projectile and much more about the fact that every missile hit that originates from our ship has a lightning tendril associated with it. Yo, nice game for you too. I haven't tried that one out yet. I thought about that build, but haven't quite got there. Here's Twin Strike again, man. Bird Phantom Strike's very good with Pulse, Wizmander. I'm not really feeling like going into more offense right now. I want defensive mods. I will admit rapid fire, burst fire is a pretty significant increase. Let's do a roll here. Really not against the idea of drones either. Deadly Wake, Slipstream. Okay, what's this regression do? So this regression gets rid of Hull Strength, Adaptive Armor, Ally. Ooh. I think this build can go into Guardian. Let's go ahead and take the Ally here. Come back to our original idea. Now that we have Infusion set up and we're only level 31, I'm realizing we have quite a bit of room in this build to grow. Ow. Let's not die about it now. Lightning Tendrils OP in this type situation because they're hitting multiple segments on the enemy. Big bada boom. Alright. I feel like I don't need to take offense yet. Should I? Probably. I know 35% rate of fire sounds good. More projectiles also sounds pretty key. I'm going to take some shield durability here. Let's stick with my plan of becoming a defensive juggernaut. Oops, all dead. Dang. Let's take a stabilization here. Get the old space brakes working. More so looking for mobility options like agility and then strafe too. All right, Challenger all day. Let's go. What a great Challenger to spawn here. All right, here's Evasion. Okay, let's go here. Challenger summons a boss or elite style enemy that gives you a guaranteed level. Every Challenger mod that you take increases the size and difficulty of the mob summon too. So like we took another challenge, we get even bigger, stronger enemy. It's a rare wild mod that lets you scale scale a few extra stats is basically what it is. You gotta take the risk of fighting a much increased value enemy in order to fight him. Okay, rolling. Splinter is also interesting because the Splinter missiles also discharge. They can also ricochet too. Let's put us at a dangerously low fire rate though. Let's do one more rocket, 16 right now. Okay, one more then. Yeah, let's check out Splinter here. What I'm kind of liking Splinter and things that are reducing my fire rate is the discharge can proc a maximum of 12 times per second, so generating a ton of missiles does not improve the rate we can do the infusion, which is, I think, our main source of damage. Hey, Clarican, glad you're enjoying the YouTube archive as well. Glad you can make the live show today. Cheers. We are officially less than 1 week away from our 3,000th show on Twitch TV, scheduled for this upcoming Friday. Will be it. What an amazing experience to roll over this many shows with y'all. I think one galvanic outburst here could be very nice. Doesn't proc off of self-damage, but everything else. More lightning, more sizzle. Brokeway, I started my career with a 2-year live stream challenge, the first of its kind. I streamed 731 consecutive days, so that's when we started counting shows. I certainly had a couple of shows before the 2-year live stream challenge, but I was not at that time trying to stream for a career, so I didn't count those. I also don't count bonus streams. For a stream to count towards a show, it has to be a scheduled show and must be of a time of at least 2 hours, though I can count the amount of times that I've done a 2-hour stream in my career on 2 hands. Not a common occurrence. That is the minimum for me to consider it a show, though. You counted bonus streams and things, we're probably in the 3250 or so. Okay, I'm going to take regression here. It only removes the 1 mod, but it's still a removal. Barrier's hella good. Let's roll here. I'm looking for this Guardian still. I want to get the Guardian going. One time. There it is. Okay, your Guardian recovers the hull of other non-Guardian advanced constructs while nearby. We know that we can sometimes generate advanced constructs with the carrier, so I'm curious if it's going to be healing up my little fellers or not. Oh god. Okay, that was a bad place to hang out. I'll admit it. While our shows are generally closer to 8 hours nowadays, I would say the average per show is definitely about 6 hours. Somewhere between 5 and 6, I think I'd put money on that. Definitely been enjoying our format this year with the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday stream being about 8 hours. Liking the longer stream, but one less day. It's been a very nice balance for me anyways. They do have some kind of tracking, Broquaint, but I've been streaming long before that was a feature on the site, so my number would not be accurate. You could say with a 6-hour average, this is even a 5-hour average, which I know is low. That's 15,000 live hours. And then if you add in any off-stream time, which was quite a bit, especially earlier in my career, we're definitely over 20,000 hours. So I would say with some certainty that my stream average is closer to 6 than 5 as a totality, not as a current average. But one of the beautiful things about streaming, it's not about what you've done, it's about what you're doing right now. I'm just very grateful to be here in this moment, enjoying this amazing game with you awesome people. Yo, Meltorfos, thanks for 20 months. Northern Simon, thanks for 32 as well. Sorry for being a little bit behind on notifications today. That dang humanitis and no alerts. This game also requires an incredible amount of attention to play well. Is this wave 100 right now? 137, alright. Feeling that the weakness of our build right now is definitely single target. We're not killing Seraph at a very fun rate here. It's adequate. It's not very fast. Any enemy that has segments, though, we can shred very nice. The thing I'm happiest with right now is that we're still maintaining a no-frills format on this site, which is an incredible opportunity to have no pop-ups, alerts, or sponsored gameplay, not having to spend a lot of time scheming with ways to increase sub count, stuff like that. I truly have it the best. Very grateful for that. It's a very unique opportunity. And really only one that's provided because I've been streaming for so long. Okay, I think rapid fire is a fine take now. You can thank me for our format, but really you guys allow it. That's a fact. The streaming community does not exist without an extreme collaborative effort. I just show up and play the games. That's nice. Oh, I don't want to lose this to the Singularity. I'm gonna. Maybe I can get him to boost towards us. There we go. A little further away. Oh no, my man's toast right now. Toasty. Uh, okay, not dead. That's good. I got bippity bopping across the galaxy there. Alright, Charge Shot would be a pretty significant improvement. Let's take a look at this Nanotech Dissemination. Guardians redirect 12% of the damage your other standard and advanced contract types take from enemies to themselves as self-damage. This damage is divided among deployed Guardians. Okay, let's go to this, because I need to get to Meta Charge to have this build be what I originally envisioned. And I don't think that the Guardians diffusing some of the damage my better constructs take is going to be bad. Yes, singularities do eat XP. Okay, I did take a Galvanic Outburst already. Let's roll here. Alright, I'll take Burst Fire. I mean, 20% rate of fire means 20% more missiles coming out of mines, 20% more missiles from us, too. Something I've learned on this build is just how little offense that we can operate with on Infusion. Is there another weapon type that could feasibly pull this off? If I was willing to operate with a very low shield bubble, we could do like split shot with Infusion. That'd probably be close to 12 iterations per second. Yeah, most runs slow down a bit after 40 Dalium. On a good run, if you're making it to 2.5, 3 million score, you're going to reach level 50. Anything past that will probably be a result of the mods you took, Grandeur, or the +5 level one that takes all your rerolls. Yeah, okay, Flak. Yeah, Flak would be very nice with this Infusion setup. It's not that Salvo's not accomplishing the goal I want. I think Flak could do this for a little bit less. What Flak wouldn't have, however, would be these mines that are globally controlling the screen. Keep it cool, daddy-o. I think overall I'm just very satisfied with this build, just kind of pipe dreaming on what else could happen. I will say I don't believe the Guardian has done a good job of keeping my advanced constructs alive. So I don't think Guardian's the way on this one, but it was worth trying with the new Guardian rework. I haven't had a build yet where I was super satisfied with Guardian. The turret engineer was significantly good. Maybe the Guardian's providing higher value than I'm realizing, though. It's kind of hard to realize the benefit of certain mods because they don't have an immediate apparent value. Like, you take 20% damage increase, and then you hit the enemy and your number's bigger, and it's like, hell yeah. Where you take a defensive mod, you may not be realizing exactly how much it's helping you in the grand scheme. Okay, I don't want to be here. Oh, Lord. I'm in a bad spot right here. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Be careful. Better. Okay, so the nano charge was dropped off the second I took damage, so I guess this Guardian is healing us when things get bad. That's a good question, Psych. On my next level up, I'll look at the tooltip for you. I do not believe that allies will affect discharge, because I think discharge reads when you fire your weapon. And while the allies fire your weapon, they're firing it, not you. Sounds like a great opportunity to read a tooltip and clarify, though. All right, discharge. When you fire, your shield discharges a portion of its energy, striking outward with bolts of energy. Well, what you could do is you could put your shields on your drones, and then when you fired, your shield discarding the drones would pop off. Yeah, it says when you fire on both, so no synergy there. Good thought. Mines read fire your weapon. Or loaded mines, where is it? Your mines fire your weapon. Let's take some more HP here. You can see here, Sykes, our mines are not proccing discharge. It's only our produced missiles and produced splinters that originally from our ship. Originally. All right. All right, words. We tanky right now, boy. Big time. Not strong, but tanky. Could have done a much better job of holding my volleys here. This will be a big bada boom. What's up, T-Pixel? All right, Glaucius in the house. Glaucian. Yikes. All right, so our build's okay for Glaucius. I wouldn't call it good, but it's fine. Woo! Spicy boy. That was real awkward. Woo! I enjoyed that. Weapon mastery is a pretty considerable damage increase. Yeah, this game has an awesome soundtrack. Miles Tillman, or Pixel Jam Miles, is the composer. Also the publisher of this game. Nothing but bangers. Yeah, we have Regression and Winnow on this build. Fatal Hobo. We are a very tiny carrier, you're right. Oh, Streamline too, so we're at minus 27% size currently. Big bada boom. Hello, wave 240. Take this out. If I don't take this guy out, we're dead. Okay, that was a stupendous blink. Almost dead. Let's chill for a sec. Uh-huh. Please kill him. Not dead yet? Yikes. Okay. Probably alive then. Oh, I see the attacks are overlapping more with enemy speed here. That's pretty brutal. It's one of the new bosses on this patch. It's very cool. It's alternate wave 40 boss. Dothmans are playing on Mayhem mode. I do play Annihilation mode occasionally, but I prefer Mayhem for most cases. Annihilation is where I take my very best builds. What do I want to grab here? Agility does seem pretty keen, because then I can wiggle in between. Yeah, let's go for some movement ability here. If I picked up Strafe as our 49th level, that'd be cool. I'd say overall agility, very helpful for dodging, though. You can just play draft mode if you want to get to wave 100 right away, Doffman. Big bada boom. Why is this station so tanky? Oh, because we're at 1.5 mil right now. Right. Hell yeah. Okay, I got 14 rerolls. We're very low on levels here, too. So I think I'm going to do some rerolls looking for strafe, and strafe only currently. Strafe, please. There it is. Okay, so now I can also blink, and I can also boost my ship for increased movement. On carrier, strafe is really nice because you have a slower starting thrust anyways. May help me position out of a bad place. Oh, this track is bopping, dude. Let's just cut here. Ooh. A little close here. Yeah, we're lacking damage right now, which was expected on this build. I was trying to get a more defensive build going, and it certainly is. I think in about 100 waves, we're going to run into some really major problems with some particular waves. Like, double boss wave right now is going to be... that's going to be intense. Oh, snap. Heal me up, little fellers. Just fire out this way. I'm gonna cut. Yeah, that station died a lot quicker than the last one. Wow, look how centralized these explosions are. That's nuts. Yo, Macassarod, thanks for 35 months. One more for 3 years. Keep on riding that wave, dude. Hope you have a nice one. Woo! Let's skip through then. Alright, got some issues. Okay, blink, strafe. Is getting weird in here. Love it. Where am I? Okay, not dead yet. Shield went down though. Okay, hold on. Shield up. Woo! Staying alive. Kool-Aid. Fair enough. I blinked into that one. Yeah, our offense fell off like 50 waves ago or so. Take a look at the build comp. I think that... Okay, I was going to say Guardian with Carrier did not operate the way I wanted, so I would have replaced Guardian with something else. Loaded mines definitely would have worked. Or minefield, rather. All right, let's do another one here. All right, Thermal Lance. Thermal Lance is super strong, but also super up close. All right, let's go for Siphon. Been a Siphon kind of day. Also, we're generally going to be close enough to enemies that I think this makes sense. Let's read the tooltip here. Charge up and sustain a focused lance of heat to burn targets, make them vulnerable to further damage. While sustaining Thermal Lance, you also fire twisting sparks that are affected by your projectile mods. Thermal Lance and its sparks ignite targets for 120 burning damage a second. Damage from Thermal Lance and its sparks apply vulnerability to targets. Vulnerability increases the damage targets take from all sources. After targets stop receiving vulnerability for 1 second, the effects fall off over time. Modifiers to blast radius and rate of fire affect Thermal Lance charge rate. 30%, minus 30% thrust, and 50% rotation speed while charging. Okay. Let's do Viper here. Ignite duration is a pretty big stat here. Okay, I want drones here, and the reason I want drones is I can only hit stuff up close, and at least the drones can pepper stuff from a little bit away. Yeah, defense drones are the one. Offense drones applying more vulnerability is a fun idea, albeit quite dangerous. Wave number 20. Just gonna get right on in here. Ow. Oh, that caustic payload just destroyed him. Dang. Alright, mines. Stonks. Alright, the next wild mob we take is taken 4 times, then banished. But at the end of that exchange, we're +2 levels. That's sick. Okay, mine specialist. Okay, counterpulse. Counterpulse is another reason I took defense drones, because the counterpulse gives us area of effect damage. We're still an up-close build, but... Probably gonna drop shield here, to be honest. Let's roll. What is reconstitution? Your drones generate 2% of the maximum whole second. Drones create an armor fragment, power up when they're destroyed. Armor fragments provide 1% damage for every 20 damage the drone sustained over its lifetime. Alright, so defense drones with this and burnout reactor could be pretty cool. Volley is a pretty significant damage. Additional projectiles does not increase the amount of lances. It does increase the sparks, though. And if I'm remembering right, loaded mines do gain some tendrils off of that. More on that in a minute. Yeah, you see we have a much wider spread of these vulnerability sparks now. Ooh. Okay, 4% resistance to mobility-reducing effects from your weaponry. This means we're going to gain 16% thrust and rotation speed while the lance is active. That sounds stupendous. Okay, loaded mines. Here we go. Spicy, boy. Roll it. I'm going to take stabilization here. Arc barrier is also awesome, but stabilization goes into two things we want: power reserves and agility. Once we have both of those, we're going to be essentially operating like normal with the lance active. Firing rate, I don't think so. Rate of fire increases the rate of charge, where blast radius increases the length of the lance. And I'm more interested in the length of the lance right now. I don't know about minefield. Dubious on that. Okay, arc barrier then. It's going to show it to me 3 times in a row. I'll take it. Get your core melted. Later, Tater. Alright, agility. Love to see it. Get blasted. Oh yeah, Orbs of Discord. We slamming. Go. Go. I can see this build operating on Not Blink and using Strafe more commonly. Let's go ahead and take power reserves, though, because now we can actually rotate like normal. Give him the old windshield wiper. You've been scorched. Maybe minefield later, but blast radius right now, so it's a 10% increase to the maximum size of the lance, which is great for these loaded mines. Wow, that RGB flame looks disgustingly awesome. Hey, Jobmallah, thanks for 49 months. One more for that 5-0. Update's been pretty sweet so far. Okay, rate of fire is not necessarily bad either, but I gotta consider other things. Do I want to use one of my 5 rerolls here? Not really. But I'm gonna. Okay, elegant construction sounds cool. I don't think so, Zidane, but if you look at how the sparks are populating off of the ship, we're going to do way more damage up close because every spark also applies a stack of vulnerability. Though I believe the damage on the lance is going to be the same at the tip as it is close to our ship. I don't have any actual confirmation of that, so we'll take that with a grain of salt. Just based on my experiences, the tip of the lance is just as effective. But the closer you are, the more stacks of vulnerability you get. This update is going to officially release on the 17th, is what I was told. Though you're more than welcome to activate the beta and try it out right now. Just some minor bug fixes incoming before it officially goes to the main branch. Alright, let's get some whole strength going. I like being more tanky. Oh yeah, he's got the reflective shields. Magnitude's definitely good for the weapon. Oh yeah, I want to get to charge shot, charge mines here. That's the goal. Magnitude time. Seems like corrosion purification could also be very strong here. Let's go ahead and take absorption. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Get melted. Improved thruster is always nice. Force armor, though? I'm in. Marcosi, I have not seen any bugs on any time I've played the beta branches myself. Usually by the time the game gets to the beta branch, it's very stable. Chimeric, the dev of this game, and all the people that help out on this are very diligent about squashing out all the bugs and stuff. There's always going to be bugs in any game, but I haven't run anything game breaking or whatnot, or even anything in my time playing that I considered a major bug. Got about 500 hours in total in Nova Drift now, and had like one game crash and a couple of small issues. That's it. Though almost always by the time it makes it to the beta branch, it's essentially set. It's the experimental branch that usually has bugs or larger bugs. Alright, how do we feel about corrosion on this build? I'm sure that purification's good, because ignite duration helps the sparks, so I guess we're going this way. The only consideration I could make here would be take purge instead and go for the deflagration super mod. Yo, Feldspar 78, thanks for almost 67 buds, appreciate that. Almost 70, dude. Thanks for always being an awesome part of this channel and community, Feldspar. Appreciate you. I don't know here. This is tempting. I guess I'll take corrosion. I think it's the best thing here. Let's read Deflagration's tooltip real quick. Destroying a burning enemy will consume any ignites and trigger deflagration. Deflagration creates a caustic nova that rolls over targets. The damage of deflagration scales with the combined burning damage the enemy is taking. The duration of deflagration scales with the combined duration of any ignites removed. Alright. So we have plus 20 ignite duration here. We'll have plus another 30 ignite duration with purification. That's 50%. Looking at Lance. Thermal Lance and Aspar's ignite targets for 120 burning damage a second. I feel like we could get a pretty nasty caustic rollover here. And regardless, we want corrosion if we're going to take that route. I think I'm going to take Purge if I see it and try out Deflag here. Yo, Fon Shizzle, what a number. 123 months. That is more than a decade of support. Thanks, Fon Shizzle. Okay, Charge Shot is awesome. Charge Shot allows you to get extremely prodigious lance here. I am, however, going to pass the Charge Shot onto my mines because the larger lance mines is something I enjoy. I don't know, maybe I'm going to keep it on myself, actually. Yeah, Strafe. Targeting's actually pretty good for Sparks, too. Let's take Strafe here. Gets me where I need to go if I'm in a pickle. Mine rotation speed is randomly applied when the mine is deployed. Charge Shot does not make the mines die faster, actually. Charge Shot on mines improves the survivability of the mines because they no longer explode unless something touches them. Or at least how it was last time I played. Here's Purge. Let's go ahead and do it. This also gives us a pretty big damage if we bump into stuff to do the Purge. Pretty fun build here. Okay, here's Rupture. So now deflagration's in the pool. I'm ready for some Caustic Novas. Don't know about you guys. Yeah, Lance Mine's a fun build. I wouldn't say it's like S tier or anything, but it's definitely it's a build. It's a build for sure. Oh, hey, I don't want to be here. Later, Tater. Force Spike on mines would be Mine Effect, would be the thing we're looking for. Okay, definitely taking Revelation. I would love to take extra level worth of Wild Mods. Yeah. It's the reason that Architect is so good with the loaded mines, too. So they get that Mine Effect extra, so I think they start at 5 lines. Alright, Glaucius should be somewhat weak to Thermal Lance, I think. Maybe? Maybe not. Oh yeah, it's got burning damage resist, in fact. It is not weak to thermal lance at all. Gonna be a hell of a fight on our hands. Oh snap. Oh snap. Just got shredded by his wing there. Shield's down. I'm just going to try to recover shield here real quick before we do anything else. Oh, God. Probably should be dead right now, but I'm not. Oh, boy. Improved thrusters does sound pretty tempting. I mean, just more movement ability. Yeah. Bless, this game's so good. So good. Yo, here's deflag. Here we go. Here we go. Now we deflagging. So pretty much everything we kill with the lance should make a little caustic nova now. Okay, the nova's not huge, but it's enough. It's gonna really mess up segmented enemies real bad. I'm gonna hurt him so good, they'll wish I didn't hurt him so good. But I will. Yeah, the Caustic Nova is not as big as I would have hoped, but it's still quite good. This will be improved with Purification. Well, it is fair to say I currently have space brakes, so 3 times Slipstream seems pretty tempting, because I can use Stabilization to offset the minus friction, and then I gain 21% more thrust. I feel like getting in position with this type of build is the most important thing, so the faster I can reach point A to point B, the more effective my build's going to feel. Big bada boom. All right, what do I want to fish for now? I don't know. This could be all right. Shield cooldown? All right, let's just slap up a shield cooldown. I mean, it's not going to be bad. Or shield cooling down faster? Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement, Nomak. I think this book could be very interesting with high projectile count. Like, even Fusilade could be very interesting. I mean, you could be generating 30 plus spikes per volley. Or sparks, rather. It's a good idea. Could maybe even finagle a way that you don't have to use mines on that. It's a good idea. Are we rolling? I think targeting here is very valuable for the sparks. Sparks hitting enemies is significant damage. In a lot of ways, the sparks are as good of damage as the lance. This doesn't have quite the same reach. They complement each other. Oh yeah, barrage here would be interesting. That's fair. Because barrage would string out the spark projectiles in like a single stream. It's a lot of lance builds I haven't tried. Alright, let's see here. No, that's not it. So, barrage. Let's read here. Plus 25% projectiles, plus 1 projectile. 10% base damage for weapons that hit. Rapidly fires a barrage instead of burst fire, spread 1 projectile at a time. Projectiles have a lateral divergence, which is affected by spread modifiers. Barrage modifies each projectile to have between minus 40 and plus 10% attribute, so average of minus 30. For triggered effects, barrage counts as firing once. While you're firing, 15% slower total shield cooldown and 50% recovery rate. Okay, so we're firing 1 spark at a rate of 7.5 times a second. And then we took volley as well. So we're firing 3 sparks at a rate of 7.5 per second. So we'll just, we'll average that to 7. So we're getting 21 sparks per second. The plus 1 projectile would bring it to that. I guess the plus 25% projectiles would then take us to 5 projectiles on there. So we'd be getting 50 if you add the 0.5, so 50 projectiles per second. I could actually see that working out pretty good. Maricon, we are reading the bottom, the 4th or 5th pip here. Barrage modifies each projectile to have between minus 40 and plus 10% attributes. I do believe attributes affect damage, but also attributes would be size, velocity, etc. I'm kind of open to this idea. Let's take focus fire here. This will improve our cone for single target because we're getting more sparks rather than being so spread out. Hey, Nate Digadoggy, thanks for 81 months. Enjoy that lurk, dude. Cheers. Lurkers number 1. Whoa, wave 150 is cursed wave, I think. Maybe? Feels pretty cursed. Oh, yike-a-ronies. Gotta move. Not dead yet. Alright, so at the end of this, he's going to summon a Singularity, which will swallow up the Juggernaut. That's what I'm going to use to kill him. Okay. Oh, no worries, Marty. No problem clarifying. And you are right, 10% base damage per hit. Which is pretty significant if we're firing 50 projectiles per second with Barrage. Burn, baby, burn. Yikes, this wave's gross. Yuck. Roll it. Alright, Purification's huge damage here. It's a bonus burn damage and Ignite Duration. Ignite Duration is the one that improves deflagration. There we go. Am I dead? God, I lost track of my ship there, I'll admit. Ooh, it's like little poppy corns. Love poppy corn. Don't eat it anymore, but I love it. That was awesome. All right, deflagration with Purification's popping off a bit more now. That was pretty cool. The sparks are just as damaging as the lance, basically, Marty. They do 120 ignite damage per second and apply vulnerability. So the sparks are, in fact, a major source of damage in lance. They're much better than you might think, is how I'd put it. Velocity could be good. Let's roll again. Okay, plus 20% total projectile damage and blast radius for your central projectile. We want this because, let's read here, the projectile is being fired one at a time. So if we end up getting to barrage, that should be just a straight increase. Let's roll here real quick. Doubles base projectiles. +1 projectile. I mean, that's all good, but... Splinter, no. Still haven't seen Charge Mine. It's a little bit spicy. I'm going to take Velocity here because the Sparks having more velocity means they can reach more targets. Right now, their velocity is quite pathetic, in fact. Now, Firing Array is one of those mods, you gotta have a very specific circumstance to make it work, and I think Barrage is exactly that, since you're firing one at a time. Barrage Fire Arrays kind of seems like a PB&J type deal, which is good. Slide on in here real quick. Caustic Nova on that guy was pretty weak. Interesting. Dangerous wave right here. Big time. I know, kiddies. You gotta forgive me, okay? I'm a little bit late to lunch. I get it. I get it. Please don't maul me, you wild animals. Fine. Will loaded mines show up for us or not? Shielded Seraph? That's rude. I slew shield there? Dang. Oh no. Woo! That was scary. Scary and dangerous. Hey there, Alina. What's good? Doing good today myself. Just really enjoying this new update. I think the game's running smoother than ever. On the last patch, there was some collision issues. We're causing the very minor performance stuff. I haven't seen any of those yet today. That seems to be squashed out. Ooh, poppycorn. Alright. All right, let's go ahead and re-roll here. Streamline, energize shields. I think galvanic outburst here looks all right. I'm still shielded, so this has return damage when we take shield damage. And boy howdy, we're taking a lot of damage right now. Wow, this is a really nasty wave if you don't have damage. Like if those purples all get to firing. Whoa. Yoinks badoinks. Okay, let's not fly directly into comets, thanks. So slippery. Yo, breaking 1 mil on thermal lance. I'm very happy with this. Okay, this is not good. Okay, that wave spawned before the last one was finished. Bonk. Oh, hey, thermal lance should do very well on this guy. Provided I don't die immediately. So I thought. Oh god, I might be dead. Damn it. The Sizzler. Oh no. Keep it cool, Daddy-o. Try to recover our shield here real quick. And then lose it again immediately. Right on. Alright, it's a pretty hellacious fight, but we survived. And now it's wave 200. Oh, heck. Basically, we need to defeat the minions here in order to defeat the boss. Oh, snap. I got railroaded there. Alright, pretty nice thermal lance build. Could have been a little better, but overall awesome. Strangely enough, loaded mines never showed up. Daisy, there is no need for you to make that noise at your dad, okay? You're gonna get your treats. I'm... Oh, wow, 5 minutes late to lunch. Woo! Wow. Definitely, you must be starving to death, Daisy. Wow. Alright, gonna throw this screen up here. Just gonna take a short break here, eat some food already prepared thanks to my lovely wife. We'll be back in just a few minutes for another run of Nova Drift. Thanks for your patience during this brief intermission. Be back in just a moment for some more fun. Okay, I have returned. Thanks so much for your patience during that brief one. Let's head back into our runs here. Been a very cool day of Nova Drift. During that break, Wally 6500, thanks for 30 months. Calbar 53, thanks for 93 months of Lurkin as well. Just setting up my lap pillow here, and then we'll be into another run. What is going on with this wire? Okay. We're good. Tap back in here. There we go. All right, new run begins right now. So we've done some thermal land stuff. We tried out Guardians a bit. The best Guardian build we've had so far has been turrets. I'm not convinced I'm going to be using Guardian very often. I'm open to build ideas on that, but in comparison to taking, 4 to 5 other mods, I'm not seeing the power level for Guardian for at least my build wheelhouse currently. I got Spicy Kitties right above my head, just waiting a second here because reasons. Yeah, great Physic. Love seeing your guys' build ideas in the Nova Drift channel in the Discord. Always appreciate those. All right, well, we're talking about how infused flak could be pretty good. I'm kind of wondering about split shot with infusion too. Let's see what the rate of fire here is. Okay, 3 projectiles at a rate of 7.5 a second. Well, with that, if I took fire rate downs, I could basically have the infusion proccing 12 times per second. The issue with taking infusion with split shot is that we'd be at basically no shields continually. So it'd have to be a Tempest Break style. Let's go ahead and do it. I'll just say Split Shot's not the most beloved weapon in Nova Drift, but it is like a good, it's a good weapon. It's a nice average of things, and I think if we can play into a build that takes advantage of the really nice fire rate it has, could be pretty cool. All right, so Tempest Break, infused split shot is the target right now. What damage type is this here? An array of bullets fan outwards. Projectiles create cone-shaped burst on impact, dealing blast damage to other targets. So blast damage is the one. Blast damage is 50% of base damage, so we're getting 24 damage, then a 12 blast damage on top of that for a combined total of 36 base. I'm going to go for the research body on this one. So the research gets power-ups last longer and increased distance of power-up and orbit traction. That's an awesome effect. Plus 1% total maximum hull and shields for each reroll spent by banishing. And we can banish mods out of the pool. But we do start at a minus 15 deficit for shields. The amount of shield is not important for this build, though. It's about what the shield effect is. Okay, I usually wouldn't take this first mod, but probably not going to see it again if we don't take it. Now the base damage on the split shot's pretty good. Feels like blast radius could be all right here. Is a little out of focus for where we're going, though. Yep, spreader from Contra, that's what it is. It's classic tri-shot. Let's say for a certified fact, I am going to take thrusters, so let's just get that out of the way. The original and still pretty good triple shot. Okay. Maybe this build is evolving away from my idea. Ultra rare triple twin strike. All right, if I'm gonna go into more projectiles on split shot, what's the route forward after that? What are we looking for? I mean, certainly infusion could still be good. I worry here because we're planning on going into a build that brings shields down to basically 1 health. So if I reduce my recovery rate on top of that, how am I healing my hull when the shield goes down? Triple twin strike, though, is pretty good. I'll take it even if it's a bad idea right here. That's just an opportunity you're not going to see very often. Wow. Winnow's what you want to take, because these all count towards the hull and shield, and we get the rerolls. Alright, you know what? It really does hurt losing hull strength here, but let's keep this build very weird. Get those banishes happening, get the extra hull and shield value, and get the rerolls so we can banish more things. Looks like we're going to be a glass cannon. The healing has to be essence sap. Has to be. Okay, corrosion. A good route. Let's take targeting for now. We spritzing. Magnitude is acceptable. We're not in any rush to use our banishes, though we can do it anytime. I think this is the most projectiles I've had on split shot. Basically, if you take split shot, the other projectile adders such as volley and the mass projectiles are a little bit dubious to take. But twin strike has no downsides, so we're getting that. Like here, we lose blast radius, projectile damage, and velocity, and it spreads them out more. It's a pretty bad upgrade for split shot. Okay, if we're going twin strike, do I need any of this? The answer is no, though adrenal module is a lot of damage if we're at no shields, maybe. Okay, splinter's not happening, charge shot's not happening. I'm gonna banish splinter here. I feel like blast radius is just downright decent. Okay, shield cooldown works towards our infusion. Okay, flash shielding, we need this for Tempest Break, let's go. Oh yeah, I gotta grab Deadly Wake. What happened to your legs, sir? Excuse me. Little stands drifting away from me right now while I'm playing Nova Drift. Okay, Deadly Wake, boom. We're doing it. Yo, Energized Shields could be a really interesting kind of wild mod build here, because if we get infused shot, we can slow our fire rate down a lot and still have a really nice setup. More on that in a minute. I think Streamline's a little bit too glass cannon here. Payload, though, that's really good for our weapon. What is this? Charge shields. Oh, yeah. All right, let's banish out volley here. I'm sure we're not going to go this route. There's blink. Well, if you look at the mods we've taken here, it's we're in a very precarious position for health. I'm going to take blink just so I have more movement adjustment. Getting double tap's probably bad, right? Any form of double tap's bad on split shot, because you firing at 7.5 a second and burst fire adds an inherent delay. Let's banish homing strike. I'd kind of like to pick up infusion before, or tempest break before I grab discharge infusion, but or the sizzler. Pretty strong as is, even without the infuse. Just going discharge. Oh, hey partner, how you doing? I'm gonna have to perform well on this boss. I've had a little bit of practice today. My kind of problem is here again, our health and shields are really low. I kind of gotta get close to do damage too, dang. That is tough. Okay. Nice. Oh, I thought I destroyed the orb there. Okay, there it is. Kind of in love with this track for this boss. Another banger by Pixel Jam Miles. What a lad. Yo, Tempest Break. When your shield breaks, it discharges powerful bolts of energy. While your shield is down, its cooldown cannot be interrupted. 30% faster shield cooldown, 30% shield effect power, 10% thrust, minus 10% maximum shields. So now we have a shield cooldown of 3.9 seconds. That's very fast. Now we're hoping to pick up Infusion, because after Infusion, our shield will stay up until we take damage. Discharge can deal enough self-damage to drop the shield, where Infusion reads specifically it will not take all of the health from your shield. It does maintain the Infusion effect. Oh god. Help! I'm very weak and almost dead. Okay, here it is, thank God. We're going to have to really try to force Essence Sap after this. Okay, so we're going to infuse lightning into our projectiles. And this does a percentage of our shield, so even when the shield's very low, it will not break it. Much safer. Okay, let's banish ally here. Let's banish guidance. We're gonna banish hidden power. Okay, here's skirmish. That's the start of Essence Sap. So at this point, we're gonna have no shields most of the time. Kind of makes me want to pick up drones, in fact. Alright, here's another piece. We definitely want Terminate on this side. Enemies at 12% or less health die immediately upon taking weapon damage. Since we're a steady stream of weapon damage, that's very powerful. I kind of want to take drones here, because if I don't take drones now, when am I going to see him again? Yes, I am going to take drones. The thing with drones is they can absorb projectile hits, which keeps our infusion active and the Tempest Break active too. Okay, defense drones is certainly the take here. I really want Essence Sap next, please. I have a feeling it's going to show me Drone Specialist next, which I'm going to have to deviate, taking Essence Sap again on. Arc Barrier also quite good. Let's banish propulsive munitions here. Essence Sap. Boom. When you damage an enemy, store 1% of your damage as essence. Essence causes your hull to recover over time. You recover hull from essence at a rate of 10% of your maximum hull a second. The amount of stored essence cannot exceed 5% of your maximum hull. Your hull cannot regenerate. This is going to be slightly devalued by the Twin Strike. Recovery rate does affect rate of hull recovered. But it's the cleanest route to being able to recover health after our shield goes down. Oh, it's Dweller. Okay. It's like, that asteroid's pretty big. Sure is. There's crabs in there, man. Alright, let's banish last stand. Let's banish blitz maybe? Oh no, let's go for burn damage. This increases the electricity tendril damage, and corrosion's gonna be huge here too. Just how I like my crabs. Electrify! Man, split shot was pretty darn good on that guy, huh? What a great boss. Sorry, just adjusting again. I keep fidgeting. It's my own fault. Hello. Liking arc barrier here. Let's just go ahead and take corrosion. I also would love to take like a 4 times energized shields. That could be real cool. The main of our damage is coming from the electricity tendrils, not from the shots themselves, though our split shot is okay damage. What's the damage right now? 32 damage plus the 50% blast damage. So, you know, a nice 48 per hit, basically. Let's banish charge shot. This is a never take. Let's get that out of here. So the infused damage is not burn damage, Nomad, but the discharge bolts that are originated from the projectiles are burning damage. Because discharge, which is here, target struck, take burn damage and ignite for 30 burning damage a second. So we're basically getting 12 instances of a burning bolt, which stack on top of each other. Galvanic's no good here. I don't want to banish it yet, though. Blast radius seems like it could be alright for this type of deal. I like the idea of Adrenal Module. This is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go Regeneration, Regenerative Shields, Adrenal Module, because the bonus averages damage proportions of both your hull and shields. We're removing all but one of our shields pretty much constantly. So even if it bases this calculation on the total hull and total shields, looking at a 30% damage, well, 20% damage bonus around there. That seems pretty good for 3 takes. This also, global damage effects are lightning tendrils. Choices, choices. Okay, let's banish Rampage here. I wonder if Purification with this infusion is worth it. So minus 30% weapon damage right now would be, let's just say minus 15 for simplification's sake, per hit, per projectile. versus longer ignition and burn damage from the lightning tendrils. You know what? Actually, I do believe that'd be worth it. Let's take Arc Barrier for now. Okay. Okay, adaptive armor is very good here because we're dealing a constant source of self damage. So we're gonna get armor stacks anytime we have a shield. Oh, not quite the armor stacks I was expecting. It's all right. Adaptive armor is never going to be bad. Let's take purifications here and see how it feels. Didn't seem to hurt anything. I'm going to say purification was net positive for damage. Oh, yeah. Purification regeneration does work with Essence Sap, yes. To my knowledge. These are all fine. Wouldn't call them good. Let's banish this obsession. Okay. Here's Streamline. I definitely want Leaf on the Wind. Let's go. This is the glass cannon, the build. Who dis? Warbringer, alright. Look at all that sizzling going on, dang. Alright, counterpulse is extremely acceptable. This clears smaller hazards, enemies away from me, so I can keep my infusion going on longer. Not fourth wind strike here. Okay, let's banish subsumption. Let's banish hypermetabolism. Okay, Ricochet is going to be awesome here. I think we lose a projectile for this, but now our projectiles can bounce, and the bounce projectiles also carry the infusion with them. That's pretty sweet. Split Shot does not have an infinite lifespan on the projectiles, but it's pretty strong. Pretty long lifespan compared to other projectiles, like Flak. And that's good. Probably Discord here. Big fan of that mod. The selected banish is part of the research vessel, which has been a part of the game for as long as I've been playing. Wave 100. All right, Seraph. The research vessel, in addition to having selective banish, does receive a percentage-based bonus to hull and shields for every mod that has been banished so far. Okay, Ricochet with split shots, pretty dope. This is pretty good. More global damage based on how damaged we are. Proportions both hull and shields. Let's just take one masochism. The more damage taken for enemies is very on point for this build too, because we are the glass cannon. Challenger? Sign me up, man. Who's challenging? This guy. I don't think velocity is necessary. We're already getting very good. Now, what do I want to banish here? Let's banish Rebuke. Alright, Weapon Mastery, fine. I don't feel like rate of fire is actually a key component here. I think deflag might be it. Let's go blast radius. Blast radius helps out split shot anyways, because blast damage is applied on each projectile. Cone burst. Oh man, what a build, what a game. Do I want high explosive or blast damage increase? I think I actually want blast damage increase here, because that increases the damage per projectile on blast damage. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's something. And it gets us to rupture. I think there's a type of split shot build that has very large blast radius where the cones can potentially hit multiple targets a lot. But I don't think that's here. Okay, let's take Purge. I am planning to check out Deflagration on this build. This one seems like it could be really awesome. Scary, dude. Our regeneration is not cool. Just how we planned. Okay. Definitely not taking thing that makes us take self-damage when we fire. There's no way. Let's banish this. Okay, here's Rupture, Deflagration now in the pool. That's the one I want to check out. Yo, Nate D313, thanks for 47 months. Hans Trashy, thanks for 41 as well. Thank you all for the continued opportunity to be here. Coming up on 3,000 shows next Friday here on Twitch. No place I'd rather be, nothing I'd rather be doing. But a great day to enjoy some drift, that's for sure. Just love watching their legs evaporate. What a build. There it is, man. Alright, destroying a burning enemy will consume any ignites and trigger deflagration. So we have ignites right now in the form of all of the discharge burn damage. We also have more burn damage in the form of corrosion. Getting a little low on rerolls. Global damage increases as your speed does. There we go. That's damage. Not exactly zipping right now, but we are dodging, which will provide some form of global damage. Yo, ZS3000, thanks so much for 20 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Okay. We schmoving. Oh, nice. I kept Infusion active there. What a blink. This guy can definitely get slurped up by the singularity. I hope not. I'd like my XP here, maybe. Oh, no, he's done. No? What a lad. Way to pull it together, partner. All right, let's banish Blitz here. Death Blossom seems a little laughable with Split Shot. Volatile Shields is fine. Grace Protocol also okay. Oh, this has plus construct limit on it. Okay, let's go Grace Protocol. I think this is officially my best split shot build ever. In fact, I'm confident in saying that. This is the best split shot build I've made. It's very interesting. And I think even with 3 projectiles, if we didn't take the twin strikes, this would still be operating at a pretty high value. It wouldn't be bad. The infusion would still be going off approximately 12 times a second, which is the sweet spot. Yes, that was deflag ripping through there. Spell backwards. Since we have so much burn application, it just chains through whatever we hit that has a segment. Segmented enemies that have any segment explode are going to have a pretty mediocre time versus this build. Okay, I did lose the infusion that time. Fair. Okay. Let's pick up Advanced Engineering here. Let's go ahead and actually banish Celestial Lance. We get 1% maximum hull and shields, hull being the important one here for every banish mod. So if we see a never take, I might as well get it out of here. I think it's fair to say heavy calibers never take here. Can't afford knockback. All right, advanced engineering. 4 drone construct limit makes it a lot more likely that projectiles will not interfere with our infused shield. Boom. Okay, this should be good. Holy guacamole. Or real bad. One of those two things. Yikes. This is fine. Yeah, I got a little hecky bamboozled here, I'll admit. Get roasted, son. That new boss is no joke. Fezzik, Infuse reads that it takes a percentage of shields, where Discharge says it damages your shields. So Infusion's just taking 8% of, 20 shield or something, or 1 shield, and not dropping the shield all the way. Infusion's pretty cool like that. I think it's a direct synergy with Tempest Break for that reason. Okay. Shield durability, I'm never going to take because we're not keeping a shield. We're just dropping it down every time. What amount of level are we at right now? 43? Am I really going to take 3 more mods to get this 20% damage or so? It's honestly not a bad target, but I could see other things being good as well. Even just Elegant Construction here. Let's go ahead and take Elegant Construction, so when we do inevitably lose our drones, we get them back faster. Oh no. Okay. Because I assure you, at some point, the drones will die. Alright, lets us know where we're at with that Elite Juggernaut. Slow. Hey, Croncelot, thanks so much for 62 months. 5 years and climbing. Wave 200, what do we got?
Okay. Take this guy out here.
That's not good. Keep it cool, daddy-o. Alright, we're fine here. He's not dead yet. Okay, bulwark's down now. It gets a little easier here. Okay, what's next? I could see Aegis being just some defense. Solar Heart. There's no way we get away with Solar Heart here. Let's banish this. Solar Heart and Split Shot definitely can work together. It's asking a lot right now. Strafe could be a lifesaver. I guess Rapid Fire just for damage isn't terrible either. Let's banish Shielded Constructs. I'll take Stabilization now. What's our hole at? 97, alright. Not huge. Even with all those banishes, not huge. Doesn't help that one of our banishes was the plus 20% hull with that Winnow. It's the only thing this run I didn't want to banish that got banished. Get roasted. Later, Tater. Oh, that actually shields him all the way? That's rude, sir. Toasty. I hope you fly right into the singularity, dude. I do. Later, Tater. Challenger, let's go. Who'll be? Just this guy? That was the challenger? Alright. Yo, drone specialist, finally. I'm only using drones right now, so that is a huge upgrade. Yikes. So good. Not bad, not bad. You again? Listen here, buddy. Oh no, he's out of reach. Fair, man, fair. So maybe velocity is looking okay now. We finally reached a point of the screen scaling out where we're not reaching everything. Okay, there's velocity. I'm actually going to take velocity here because I think we need the push on the bullets now so I can sit across the screen and still hit stuff. Did not think I'd be taking velocity for that reason on this build. But as it turns out, no matter where you go, there you are, and we're right here at the moment. Dude, 1.4 mil split shot build? You kidding? Ooh, he got me. GG. That was a fun one. It was definitely not on a list of builds I was expecting to play today. Fun one. Let's take a look at the mods here. Like, what could have we done differently? I'm going to say to run Infusion Split Shot, defense drones are almost required because you have to have something to absorb projectiles and not pop your shield. Tempest Rake was required. Ricochet was definitely helpful too. I think this build could have done without the Twin Strikes, myself. Alright, give me a minute. Just grabbing a refill on my water and coffee. We'll be right into another run. One moment.
All right. I'm back. Let's get it going again here. All right, let's do something that's a little more wheelhouse here. Done several experiments today. All right, I'm going to reroll now. I want to do a railgun build. I want to get back to a build I got a long time ago, which was railgun on battery, which gets bonuses to projectile size and therefore blast radius. This is very nice. Let's just keep it classic with amp shield. That's the direct synergy with railgun. Okay. Should probably get set back up with my pillow and stuff too. I was like, why does it feel so weird playing right now? Because I'm not even prepared. There we go. Battery's not here either. Fine. I'll use some rerolls. Okay, so we get plus projectiles here. Projectiles divided between broadside cannons. We get minus rate of fire, but extra weapon damage and projectile size. So with the shield up, we're at 35% projectile damage already. The somewhat issue, of course, on this ship is aiming. Okay, that helps. Ship's also a real clunker on movement speed. At least base. I mean, that's part of Warp Strike right there, and it's also weapon damage. 55% bonus damage on the railgun right now. Not a bad start. Yep, Warp Strike is definitely a must here. I agree. Homing Strike might be a good take before Snipe, but let's just go ahead and snap this up as another piece of Warp Strike. I think the sooner we have Warp Strike, just the better we feel on this ship. It's not all that awkward to aim, but you're going to be losing half your volley pretty much no matter how you aim it. So, big help. Ooh, Hyper Boost, hell yeah. Okay, I like Incendiary Strike a lot, but Improved Thruster is definitely what we're going for. Another piece of Warp Strike and mobility here. Anyways, the end of this build, what I want is Charge Mines on the battery, because it's a really cool effect with the explosion size on the railgun with it. Ooh. Alright, we're Death Blossoming then. There's the mines I want. I don't know, this is really good. Maybe we'll be Tempest Breaking too. Or even just Discharge would be pretty disgusting here. Yeah, what's the name of that mod, Fezzik? Propulsive Munitions? Alright, I'm gonna take Streamline as well. I don't know. Let's look at Tempest Break here. I have Death Blossom, so it kind of makes sense to take the Tempest Break route.
I am sure I'm going to want the extra movement speed at the end of the day. We can delay Streamline, though. Let's take Deadly Wake. I think I may be trying to do a little bit too much on this build. We build it in the right order. That's okay, though. I think Warp Strike has to be the first and foremost priority. God bless the Death Blossom. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, the blast radius mod giving our projectiles that blast damage also going to be a must here. Sooner we get that, the better. So the waves like this are much less scary. Well, I know that I'm going mines. Oh yeah. Okay, Warp Strike is officially in the pool. Hey there, Sirion. Awesome combo there. Corn dog wearing sunglasses. I like it. I like it. Cool as a corn dog, if you will. Yo! This game is, being pretty nice right now. It's extremely early. Level 12 Warp Strike. Yeah. Our clear ability is vastly improved. Alright, loaded mines. Let's get it rolling. I'm going to say okay to shield cooldown. All right, let's not die about it now. Okay, Revelation. Got to play it cool here, take our time. I see the electricity tendril is generated from the back orbs. Get blasted. Okay, certainly elegant construction with the loaded mines here. Am I gonna go burn out reactors here? Mine holes 25 plus 25% of 25. So with burnout reactors, a mine's gonna last 3.5 seconds. What is the mine application rate? Mine limit, assembly modifier, 119%. Assembly time 4 seconds. So I could be generating a charge mine about the time we dropped a new one pretty continually. Okay. I'm willing to do this. Also, if we don't go charge mines, that's still very good because it's going to be increased rate. And instead of having to wait for the mines to either hit the 10 seconds without an enemy activating them, or yeah, they'll explode automatically. So we get more of a cadence with our railgun shots. Just a better sustained damage. Magnitude's definitely pretty mint here. Doesn't feel necessary yet. Let's take a defensive take here in hull strength. Ooh, Deadly Wake looked really good right there. Okay, here we go. Blast radius. Now every railgun shot when it hits will do blast damage in a radius. Meg Lawrence Forces, thanks for 31. Almost 3 years, dude. Thank you. Three times slipstream is pretty baller here. Candescence time, though, to get the burnout reactors in the pool. I don't believe I'm going to use any other constructs on this build, no. I'm going to go for regular discharge non-infused with burnout reactor mines. It's kind of the idea right now. Okay, there's 3 times slipstream again. I don't have the stabilization to lock that in just yet. I'm gonna roll once. High explosives definitely good. Magnitude just really awesome damage right now. Minefield also extremely interesting once we get burnout reactors, even before. Let's take magnitude for now. Okay, Incendiary Strike we're going to take, because now everything we hit with the railgun takes the railgun damage again. as burning damage over time. This effect doesn't stack on top of each other, but it means that everything that we hit is going to continue taking damage. I think this actually helps our mines out a little bit more than us. Burnout reactors, 30% assembly speed for non-shield constructs, 30% construct rate of fire, which is how many railguns our mines generate. Movement, rotation, orbit speed. Construct rate of fire increases, their hull decreases up to 50% total. So now we're going to be deploying one mine every 3 seconds or so, and there's also going to be a mine exploding every 3 seconds or so. Much more steady. Is this a winnow I can afford to take? I'm thinking no. Both payload and homing strike look awesome, and I'm thinking Tempest Break might be a good way to go here. I don't have to go Tempest Break. I think losing both payload and homing strike is a bit much. Let's take payload. Now our railgun hits are very mighty. Might not be a one cycle here. Maybe, though. Ooh, got him. Spicy boy. Alright, let's go ahead and load up high explosive here. Make the explosions that come off of our railguns even bigger. Okay, I don't want minefield if I'm going to go into charge mines, and I believe that is the case. Guidance is pretty good for the mines. I think I'm going to take this even though it's a small damage down per projectile. It is much more likely our projectiles hit things now. Rate of fire is definitely good. Mastery is also very good. Let's just go for weapon mastery. It's going to keep showing up if we don't. Yo, Zuzo, thanks so much for 56 months. Appreciate that continuation. Man, Death Blossom's pretty good. Okay, let's start getting towards Essence Sap. Blitz is a 20% damage on the first hit of Railgun too. Or maybe even 25. Yo, Hobbs the Tiger, thanks for 127 months. Absolute legend. More than a decade. Glad you could be here to enjoy some Nova Drift, Hobbs. Been an awesome stream today. Really enjoyed our builds. Alright, let's go ahead and take rapid fire now. That's more projectiles per mine. Also means we fire faster. Which has got to be good, right? That was weird. I had to correct my steering with Blink. Felt awkward. Because was. Ooh. Love the new attack read on this boss, that pillar of light that shows where the next orb's going to come from. Really great addition. Provides an amazing level of visual clarity, does exactly what you want it to. Doesn't make it easy to dodge, but at least lets you have a discernible pattern. Yo, Patsy, thanks so much for 74 months. Hell yeah. Thank you all for that amazing support today and every day. Very grateful to be here in this moment. Less than 1 week away from 3,000 shows here on Twitch. Hot dog. Well, Rupture is immensely good damage. Let's just take it here. Okay, I'm gonna take Volatile Shields. I think I want to go Discharge here, and then also go for Tempest Break. So I'm popping my own shield and proccing Death Blossom. Before we get to that radical idea, though, let's at least lock down Essence Sap so we have a continual source of healing. Bonus weapon damage, more for the first hit. And with Railgun, that first hit's where the magic happens on most enemies. Okay, here's Charge Shot. We're going to take this because Charge Mines are very good. I mean, just Charge Shot's fine too, but Charge Mines is where this build wants to go. Look at those blast radius explosions. Okay, I'll hold off on fishing for loaded mines since Essence Sap is showing. Wave 100. Glaushes, alright. We got a good build for Glaushes. Glaushes is weak to this blast radius build, because Glaushes is essentially a bunch of segments on top of each other. So when the railgun blows up and the shockwave goes through every single segment, that's a big bada boom. Woo! Later, Tater. Three times Grandeur is very interesting. I think it makes us too clunky right now, unfortunately. Let's roll here. There's loaded mines. Okay, charge shot no longer applies to your mines charge your weapon at 100% of your charge rates. So rate of fire becomes better now. But the mines are going to have significantly improved damage. Even better than our current damage. We blasted. Okay. These are all actually things I can banish. That's crazy. I really would like stabilization and strafe for later, but right now, removing all 7 of these mods from the pool, let's go. You're not kidding, Oasis. It has been a banishing type of day. We've had some very fortunate winnows. I'm a sucker for that mod anyways. I figure on winnow, if you're only losing one thing you want, it's probably worth taking. Oh my god. I got it, right? I've managed not to take volley here to reduce the effectiveness of my projectiles at all, so... more projectiles on my volley and on the mines. Yep. Yeah, that's got to be it right there. Uh-huh. I think a cool route on the research ship is to take a very heavy shield like Reflect and get more value per banish. Sure, I think a defensive take here sounds great. I don't think our offense is going to be problematic at all for any time for the foreseeable future. Terminate certainly doesn't hurt. I think Convergence is asking a bit much, however. I think I need to take Streamline here because I'm already feeling my lack of thrust. I need more mobility. I don't want to lose the amount of hull we just did. What else am I going to do here? How else am I get more movement? I already banished stabilization. This feels pretty good though. Ooh. Get blasted. Okay, Splinter's definitely good here, but so also is Homing Strike. Okay. Splinter's kind of unnecessary right now. So is Homing Strike, though. Let's reroll with 18 rerolls. Keep it rolling. Mind Specialist. Here we go. Mind damage, mind effect, mind assembly speed. Oh, I have to give up explosive growth for that, but I will. Very unlikely we see that again if we don't take it now. Explosive growth and mind specialist, but explosive growth is potential. Mind specialist is realized potential. Alright, force armor. We're schmoving right now. kind of like to pick up Last Stand for additional orb attractions. We are really ambushing on this build. Warpath's valuable enough here. Up to 30% bonus fire rate for clearing enemies. It will not reach a full 30% very often, but when it does, oh boy. Oh, snap. I cruised right into that one. GG. GG. That one definitely could have gone further if we just dodged a little bit better. But very fun build. As I suspected, without taking volley there and going into high explosive, we were able to get the charge mines doing almost full screen blast radius damage. Pretty good build. I think not banishing stabilization would have been a good way to finish out this build, getting stabilization with the blink, and then a couple other small pieces. Fun one. I also believe this build could have lived without the twin strikes, though it certainly enjoyed them. All right, y'all, that was a very fun 6 hours of drift. We're not quite done yet, though. We're going to do at least one more segment here. We're going to hop into Spelunky 2. Will not be the daily, as it has not reset yet, but it will be a run of Spelunky nonetheless. Currently on our adventure to get a 799 victory on all 20 base characters in Spelunky 2. We're on character number 13. Ow. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, my controller's not plugged in. Let me fix that right now. What immense timing, a Dan Giesling raid. Thank you, everybody coming over from Dan's channel. Give me just a moment here. I'm plugging in my controller. Hope you had an awesome stream today, Dan. How'd it go? All right, here we go. Controller plugged in. You tied your PB 756. Awesome run, Dan. Hey, you tape those two runs together, you've already gone past 799. Nice work. Any run now. All right, let's get warmed up here. Oh, I almost killed the penguin. That would have been tragic. Penguin in the hole. All right, let's do cricket to the moon today. Here we go. Cricket to the moon. All right. Penguin 180 turnaround chair sit down. Bazinga. All right, we're off. First run of the day. Yo, Dan, thanks for that 5-month resub, and thank you once again for sharing your community. Really appreciate that. Not gonna lie, I hadn't watched your stream till very recently, a couple months ago. Really enjoy when I can tune in the mornings. You're much more energetic than me, very entertaining. Like your stuff, and have really enjoyed checking in on your Spelunky 2799 personal challenge. Really excited for you to get there. Hey, Bob Gray, thanks for 13 months as we're kicking this first run off as well. Cheers. Hey, Dosby, thanks for 17 too. Sweet. Still feeling very surreal now. We're heading into 3,000 shows next week. Next Friday is our 3,000th show on the site. It's been an awesome 11 years with no end in sight. Hell yeah. Get out of here, not even dead, guys. I saw you from a mile away. You stink. What's a big ass bomb? Duck and cover, man. That's a biggie boy. What the heck? Okay, can we not do that? Here's the thing. That was funky. Oh my god, how many moles are in here? Excuse me. Oh, we could have robbed Turkey Town too. Alright, let's see here. I can do this. It's feeling like a jungle run so far. Okay, left the ghost turn over here in Mole City. Built 4 moles by moles. Get me out of here. Great, now my journal's gonna say I took my first damage to a mole. Well, I'm at least buying these. How's it going down there, bud? Just gonna leave you to it then. Good luck. Yeah. You know what? By golly, I'm going back for this power pack. Let's do it. Do 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 do. Oh, snap. I did that. Really thought I set that one off. That's alright. Stupid is as stupid does. Here we go. Oh, that's perfect. I didn't see the lizard there. I guess that's the opener run, just warming up. I'll take it. What a game. All right, here we go. Well, out of the stuff I want to have here, it's probably glasses, pitcher's mitt. Get back over here, you stinky spoods. Doot, 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 doot. All right, that's a mole. All right, Turkey Town's here. Does dropping this stop us from proceeding later on? Maybe? See on that. Okay, well, that might be blockaded down below, and I'm all right with that. I'm going to use a rope right here. It's going to give me over 1,000. Exactly 1,000. Perfect. Big spinda. Okay, we are blockaded here. Just as I suspected. This means we have to use a bomb. Let's just bomb in from right here. Do, 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 do. I need something to drop down there. Make sure I didn't see the dwelling on this side. Did not. Okay, where's the key at? Uh-oh. Hadn't gone off. Okay. Bamboozled. Boy, this is a toughie. It's going to be some ropes to get back up there. Almost looks like I can use 2 ropes right here. But if that's not correct, we're going to have a really bad time. Well. Oh no, not more video games we enjoy. Okay, this is safe. Good. Let's try that again. There we go. Seems like there's a store down here. Oh yeah. Can we see the entrance? Kind of. I don't see the area in the back layer where the door would open up, though. Maybe right here. I'll use one bomb. Let's see what happens. Oh, yeah. Next to the ghost urn's never a bad bet. Look at that. Sick find. Machete in the crust, okay. I'm gonna go Volcano this time. Alright, no Kapala yet. I will accept this help. Fearfully. Fearfully accept this help. Alright, so there's going to be a key in here. Which means it's going to be a double prison. The door that does not have wood on all sides is guaranteed to be the Van Helsing door. So that's our target right now. Wow, he woke up quick. Listen here, bud. Let's go back to sleep. Okay, not over here. Okay, there's not wood on all sides of this door, so this is where Van Helsing is going to be. If we see the other one, I'll point it out, but... Whoa! See, this one has wood on all sides of the door, so that one's not the Van Helsing prison. Hey, there's Sequoia. What's happening? I'll drop the drill. Yeah, I'm not sure where I learned that tidbit from some awesome chat member, I'm sure. Oh. Somebody picked up the gold statue. I'm just going to chill here for a few moments. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Alright, it's not moving anymore. Let's go. What's going on up here real quick? Looks good. Get blasted. Okay, I missed. Alright, time to release the sweatymans. Let's make sure there's no extra shop over here. There's not. There was an entrance to the tower on this side, though. Interesting. Nowhere near the drill drop down. Get me out of here. All right, lads, let's go. Oh, boy. Uh-huh. Yeah. All right, there's the bow, looking good. Ba-da-dum, boom, ba-da-dum. Yo, here we go. The question is, how many sweaty lads actually make it down here? There's one. Here's hoping they're not all in the lava at the moment. They're not. They're not. They just need a way down. That's not good enough? Oh, it is. Nice. Let's go. Sprongs. Oh, life is looking good right now. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. What good kitters I got. Making sure the blind opens right into my eyes at a key moment. What good kitters. Best kitters I got anyways. Ain't much. All right, here we go. All right, not quite enough bombs for Olmec in the hole here. Whoa, what was that? What came out of that? What? Okay, well, it wasn't bombs because they got crushed by Olmec. Oh, hey, let's have him dig a hole down here. It looked like bombs, but there was no explosion. Had to be ropes. Had to be ropes. This looks clean. It was a boomerang. Okay, thanks for going back. That confused me for a moment. That would make sense how it bounced out from that bomb, too. See if we get a clean drop down here or not. Hopeful. Oh, yeah. Quick method coming up. Hey, nice one, Dan F8. Good progress, man. All right, I'm gonna take this run to Tide Pool. I'd like to go into the temple, but I need green gloves to guarantee that. Does not cost us our onk. All right, madame. Item number 1, jetpack bazingy. All right, well, for the moment, let's swap a jetpack here. Hover pack, another cool back equipment. Boomerang, we've already crushed one of those today. All right, this goes outside. Glasses, already got them. Power pack. I think with no gloves here, I'm going to opt to swap to the jetpack. I don't mind VLODs without gloves. It's just so much more complete with it. Hey, Beccadora, thanks for 51 months of that Prime subscription. Appreciate that. Thanks for that kind message as well. Whoa, hello there, partner. Daisy, you are just like a little troll, okay? I saw that. You grabbed the curtain and you opened it again because you knew it would aggravate your dad. It's because she's too warm in the window. Too warm. Oh, yeah. Get crushed, you stinky crab. All right, there's no eggplant here. I don't want to sneeze. It's happening, though. Wow, that was a crazy sneeze. You did barely in time there. Barely. Gloves overall just improve movement. I also prefer to have gloves with jetpack, but with the cape, with having double jump and gloves, there's really nothing you can't climb around inside of Cosmic Ocean, especially. Whereas if you don't have Green Glove with Flawed's Cape, you can still do almost everything without the gloves, but you have to do more precise jumps. Oh, get out of here, dude. He's helping. Oh, jelly, nice. Alright, I think I'm going to not even go for Kingu here. We're going to go for Skip instead, which is certainly a risk. I'm going to use a bomb here. I'm good. Fair. Guess not a crab. Ropes. Yo, 495.25. Thanks for 74 months. Dethal, thanks for 5 as well. Enjoy your lurk. Okay, it looks like Waddler's right here. Not liking this action up top here. Okay. Oh. Crate right there. Just gonna put this down right here at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna grab Yeti King now. There he is. Not a bad haul, like 9 or 10 bodies here. Ooh, look at this. There must have been a mine on the bottom exit here. The juice is loose. Speaking of lurkers, let's do our lurker roll call right now for this show. If you're lurking in the channel, meaning you're an active watcher but not an active chatter, you have the capability to and you want to. Now's your time to post some of your favorite emotes in the chat. Just thank you all for your silent contribution. As I always do say and very much mean, you truly are the lifeblood of this entire site, but none more so than this channel and community. Lurkers number one. Hey there, Slime, Rune Creed, Cap Jackie Spar, what's up, Porpoise, Lion Modifier, Reject, Larmike, Blue Heart. It's good. Frank, Sequoia, Mastermind, Orange. Good to see you, Ash. Lulu. Good 10 more push-ups. Ryetta, Lambda, Garn32, Melman. Love Gragnok, Chrono, Twilight, Dukowski, and all the rest of you beautiful lurkers. Thank you so much. This experience would not be the same without you. That's a fact. Okay. There's one. Get me out of here, please. That's gross. Let's just bomb through here. You can see the exit straight down, so there's really no big incentive not to bomb in. Blah! Got him. All right, bombs well spent there. Okay, Sound of Revelry. I will definitely use my turkey buffet coupon to get my 8 health here. Sure. I guess it's really easy, 6 more health too. Hey Renzo, thank you so much for 126 months. Glad you could be here today. Thank you for your lurk, dude. Oh. As well, on a personal note, thanks for always being an awesome part of this channel and community. Appreciate you, Renzo. Okay, nope. Nope, that's why. Okay. More than enough room to scoot around there. Goodbye. It's the vault nest quick, so there's a bunch of money under there. I get it there? Good. Just making sure my jetpack is refreshed. Just be patient. Okay, before we worry about the health, let's see if the sun challenge is on this level, because if so, we want to be able to turn in the clone gun. Okay, also there's a giant frog here, which says to me that if we needed to, we could probably carry the clone gun forward. Sun challenge in sight. I have a new objective now. I'm going to use bombs and ropes to make an easy path up to the exit, which is, I guess, just right here. Never mind, it's going to be easy no matter what. God. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, no green gloves, so I'm using a rope here. I got hit. Okay, fine. This is fine. This is fine-ish. This is not fine. Oh my god. Might actually live here. Kidding me? Oh, that is the luckiest challenge I've ever had in my life. Unbelievable we're alive. Incredibly lucky. I've never survived falling down, that's for sure. Not there. Yo, Juice, thanks for 43 months during that lurker roll call. Appreciate that. Alright, Gamble Station, what do you got? Maybe some gloves for me? Power pack, yeah. Yeah. Item number 3 is Matic. Yeah, I think the big risk inside that challenge was getting cursed by the witch doctor. That was my concern. Yo, serious. Thanks so much for 23 months. Emu like bird. Thanks for 28 as well. Cruising. If we would have lost inside the sun challenge there too, we also would not have gotten the clone gun value. So it would have been really particularly troublesome. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. Listen here, Mr. Frog. That's my fault, but I'm gonna take it out on you, okay? Sorry about that. Let me... Yikes, let's just leave this over here then. Okay, that was just a little bit of water. I'm gonna let the rest of this water depopulate because I know the dangers of leaving water can reset our jump and do all sorts of other stuff. You've been bippity-bopping. Alright, we did it all the way from 1-1 to Cosmic Ocean, jetpack in hand, everything but green glove for equipment. No green glove does mean if we lose the jetpack, it is much more detrimental. We complete this first level, which we should. I will start a prediction for this Cosmic Ocean. See if I can get around to that. I mean, it's not like I'm light on bombs, but I gotta explore anyways. Get blasted. Seems like a better last orb to me. Alright. Let me start a prediction now for Cosmic Ocean, and 7 hours into our Saturday show today is going to take a short break. You can guess on how far we make it in Cosmic Ocean with some of your channel points. You can also choose the set of levels we die in between if you want to. We put 10 minutes on this one. I'll be back in just about a 5-er myself, and then we'll kick her off. Alright, there you have it. 5 minutes left on the prediction. Cosmic Ocean officially begins right now. Thanks for your patience during that brief intermission. Regular breaks are part of the broadcast here, and an important part at that. Okay, that's Orb 3. We're leaving that one. Since we have a lot of resource here, I'm going to add a goal that I want to use the outside of the level as little as possible. This will help us minimize risks and hopefully die less. It's a good place to start. Okay, that makes a good last orb. I've already popped one here. Also, one bomb to solve our exit all day, every day. Oh boy, but where's Orb 2 then? Let's check down here, huh? Okay, that's where we started. I've already been there. Already been here too. This is what I haven't seen. More Sunken Temple, I'll take it. The real scary thing here is poison arrows, but those are avoidable. It's not like a Neobab where I'm worried about going onto a screen having a flaming body flung at me or something. No, life's simpler here in the Sunken Temple. Here's 3. I saw the exit as well. Let's just clean this up, huh? Fair, I took the damage anyways. You know what? I'm bombing here. I just don't like the way that looks. Feeling better already. I personally can't believe we've already got 12 Cosmic Ocean victories since we started this project at the start of the year. I am way ahead of the pace I thought I was going to be at. Okay, but I'm going to get in there. Can't stop me. Daisy, you're a very talented creature. Do you know that? That you managed to get out of the window and open the drape the same way. What a good kidder. Oh my god. You can do that? Okay, fine. All right, we have a perpetual fall. Olomite. All right. I don't know where this is going to come from. Interesting. Okay, I will go around this way, in fact. That's like a great plan. So that level was small, but it was really weird. It was a very strange layout, or at least the way my brain processed that level, or the way I discovered it, led it to be problematic. Huh. What? There it is, hidden. Obscured. Alright, here's another one. The way that fell definitely could have clipped a lava pool on the way down. Let's hope that's not the case. Seems like a good last orb. There's one. That's 3. Move these aside. Okay, that's a problem. Let's just keep those deactivated. Nice. What? Like, I could have swore I saw the exit, right? And it had the orb right next to it. I thought it was right next to the entrance, but I was horribly wrong about that. Okay, hello. It's bottom right here. Bamboozled myself on that one. That'll happen. Yo, Mutter, thanks for 121 months. 1 decade plus. Alright, let's do this. You know what? I don't know. We'll find out right here. Alright, it's right down this way then. Okay, gross. Yeah, spikes right there. That's a crab right there. Okay, all 3 orbs in 1 convenient location. Let's start over here. This site here is tricky. Like, we don't want to mess with that. Thanks for the demonstration, Octopod. Can't say I have a strong preference, Murkow. I'll take whatever the game gives me and enjoy it. It turns out I just love playing Spelunky too. think both jetpack and Vlad's cape are S tier movement items. Yo, gloves here. Nice. Glad to see that. Glove allows us to try even crazier ideas and hang out on the edge of level for longer, etc. Also, if we happen to lose our jetpack for any reason, gloves enable us to be competitive with our kit and still clear levels without having to use a lot of rope resource. Are we schlorping? Let's try to avoid aggroing these. Hover pack in the crust. Okay, those are fine as last orbs. Okay, that's asking to get killed right there. One of the main hazards to die here are those spikes, and the Jiangxis love to jump into you as you're jumping over the spikes. Never trust that calculation. It's not totally random, but they will jump shortly after you do. Or randomize them out, and if they hit you over the spikes, that's it. I know, because I've died on those spikes dozens of times. Is this orb 3? And if it's not, where is orb 3? Needs to be? Yeah, there's the start. Oh yeah. Ah, fair. There's the exit. Again, I'd really try not to use the side level here. Let's put this down there as a reminder of where we cut into the exit if we use this side, which I'm going to try to avoid. That makes a really good last orb. Let's leave this here and then find the true orb 3. It's just down and left from the exit. I approve. Seems like the bottom rung is the main thing I haven't seen now. I feel like this is 3 again. I'm just bamboozling myself. No? Where is this orb then? It's gotta be up here. This is the area I haven't looked at. Let's just bomb in here. Stand away from that dropping block, too. Whew! Man, that caveman went berserk there. What a lad. We're 231 on this level. Dang. Orb's gotta be on this top level. It's not. There it is. There it is. Okay, so the 3-minute jelly is coming in right now, and we're going to allow that to happen. Later, Tater. That was a certified Gigantor. Yo, Butter, thanks so much for 121 once again. Decade plus. Reactivisions, thanks for 67 months as well. Cheers. Spike Pit? Oh, yeah. Don't like that orb. I would much rather throw something at that. Okay, there's orb 3, also near a spike pit. Let's simplify this by using 2 bombs. Clean this up. Felt like a really big level, too. Keeping my head low here. More of these, though? Okay. There's one. There's 2. There's 3. Is that right above the exit? It is. I'll leave that for orb 3 then. You've been bippity-bopping to death. So much Tide Pool. Let me tell you, I'm grateful for that. Tide Pool is an awesome Cosmic Ocean level. Still very dangerous and to be respected, but one of the most manageable Cosmic Ocean types in my experience. Okay, top side exit here. It's orb 3, I think it is. 2. It's almost like 3, but not quite. I'm glad we're all on the same page. I heard the orb here. Nope. Just tripping. That'll happen. I saw this on our way in, because we came out right there. So, the area I haven't seen is this bottom right segment. There it is. Ooh yeah, back to 99s. Okay, this is not a wide level. There's also a lot of arrow trap action pointed towards the sides, so I want to be very careful about how I get to the exit. Back to 99. Use them or lose them, apparently. What have I missed? I'm gonna guess it's somewhere up here that I've missed. Yeah, there it is. I see. Alright. Let's do this. Then let's do this. Unbelievable. All right, I see multiple sources of poison spit. So let's just say here that I'm fine using some bombs. No problem. Okay, there's the jelly too. Awesome. Of course. Probably one of the sources of spit right here. It's not, though. Okay, we know we have an orb right next to the exit. I gotta find the true orb 3 so we can pop this one. Oh! I see them. Uh-huh. Very glad I decided to use bombs right away there. That was clearly a very evil level. Okay, that arrow shot all the way off the sides, so we very well may be looking at a cascading arrow fall on both sides. And try to stay in the middle of the level, in short. Like we have, but even more so now. There's 2. Got a feeling here. And that feeling is that old Reversey is the way to find the last one. By golly, there it is. By golly. Really? There's a bunch of arrows coming through there. Yikes. There's the exit right here. We're bombing. Yeah, Gustav, this is still in the time it'd normally be resetting, so if you give another 5 minutes or so, it'll probably be done. 15 after the hour is usually the time you can access the daily, sometimes as late as a half hour after the hour for it to fully roll over. Okay, down and around. Oh, it's right here, okay. Yo, Chosgob, thanks so much for 120 months. That is 1 decade of support. Thank you for that monumental show. Darklight, thanks for 66 as well. Enjoy your lurk. The juice is loose. Really just wanted those witch doctors out of the way. Oh, that was yucky. There's a man trap possibly below if we hit the spikes there. I don't want to come back to there. What I'd like to do right now is clear that witch doctor and then approach the exit from the right-hand side if I'm going to do it. Yeah, let's just bomb here. This guy's very dangerous because he's looking right at the exit, and if we approach wrong, we would definitely get hit. Okay. Weird jungle. Very, very populated. Enemy density extremely high. It's not there. Look out, we got a biggin. There's one. It's two. It's like a whole area in here I just haven't seen. Gotta go excavating. Never mind. Where's the exit from here? Really? Oh, right. I remember now. We bombed in after going here. Huge level. Huge. Two. Gotta clean up this exit before we do anything. How? Me noggin. Gonna use a few bombs here, whatever. All right, looks good to me. Bonk. I see 2 orbs. The only reason I'm cutting into the middle here. Okay. I cleared that in a not very safe way. No punish, though. A lot of times when I get into temple, I just want to get it over with. That one was no exception. It's 2. Okay, I went left first. Just try dropping down this time. So I think this is the area I haven't seen. Okay, here's the exit. I feel like the orb is near the exit here. Down there somewhere. Just gonna clear this out. I just make it safe. Okay. There it is. Later, Tater. What else are bombs for? That's it. Slower. Alright, it's only a 3 wide. Schmoving right now. Schmoving. Hello. So we don't want to be flying upward using the jetpack. Let's correct that right now by climbing up some more. Let's go take a peek. Use gravity to our advantage now. Much safer. Okay, gonna drop to the ceiling. Alright, he's gonna return to the lava where he belongs. Okay, this is where we were. True. Here they are. Biome size and in Spelunky 2 Cosmic Ocean is anywhere between 3 wide by 2 deep to 7 by 7 and is random for every level, as is the biome that appears. So it's a highly randomized difficulty. And size of the level is not the only determining factor. How the level is configured can also vary greatly within certain parameters, but they're very wide. That is to say, sometimes a small level is very difficult, sometimes a large level is very easy. But usually, a larger level is more difficult. Yep, okay. Oh my god. That was lucky. That was lucky. You know best, game. You know best. Okay, that got blapped. Whoa! Put that down. Alright, this is certainly a level of Spelunky. Got some lava spillage happening. I see an orb. Awesome. Okay, nope. I will not lose my jetpack to that, thanks. Something else probably, but not that. Okay, there's a laser going up the middle now, too. This level is all kinds of borked. Okay, I'm gonna drop through to the ceiling again. Because I'm frankly unsure what's happening here. Okay. We have a way back to the exit at least. Should probably take care of that too. Okay, here's the last orb though. Nasty. Kind of a weird start to this level. It's very juicy. So one more quick peek, very bottom corner, just to make sure. Okay. Consider this side cleared now. One, two, three. Okay. Where does that put the exit from where we were at, though? Just right here. Okay. Later, Tater. There's one. Cosmic Ocean ends if you walk through the door on 798. And then you've completed the ultimate optional challenge in Spelunky 2. Let's see here. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna drop through, I guess. I feel like I could see the exit from the entrance, is what my brain's remembering. That is dead wrong, though. It's right here. That'll make an adequate last orb. Keep them coming, man. Tide pool, dwelling, let's roll. We take these. Alright, I see the exit down here, and I also see the orb. Let's use a bomb right here to clear both ways. Here we go again. Just gonna cool it for a minute. I don't like this opener. It's got elevators everywhere. Okay, that's fine. Woo! Game's gunning for me. Watch out. Watch yourself. Okay, here's where this whole kit and caboodle began. Oh my god. At least I know where my exit is. God bless. Alright, what is the area I have not seen yet in this level? Something over here. There it is. Can I leave now? Thank you. Thank you. That level was redonkulous. Alright, perfect last orb. Let's leave it. You know what? No. Also, poison bubbles, yuck. Okay, perfect last orb. Here we go again. I see 2 orbs already. That's nice. Moving. Hey, we're still at 70 bombs. We're doing an excellent job of managing our bomb resource. Assassinate those bubbles. Get out of here. Okay, I heard a crab claw go off, I think. It's actually a pretty good last door. I'm going to leave that. Okay, here we go. Oh, we take these. Keep those coming. 8-second tide pools. All right. That was a very nice sequence. I'm gonna clean this up. I don't know anything about the actual level here. I don't want to use the mid-level here. I got a bad feeling about it. Seems like old Reversey is going to be the way on this one. Bomb here. I'm gonna go ahead and bomb here as well. Even more ropes. Safe to say we got a ropes for days situation here. Oh god, that's scary. Is this orb 3 right now? I think it is. That's 2. There's 3. I can hit that with this for sure. Okay, I just heard an orb go off by itself. Well, not by itself, without my assistance. Hey there, cats, reggae. Hope you, the fam, and the cats are excellent. Let's just bomb in. Doing so well managing resources here that I'm not too concerned. Really, not using the side of the level avoids so many deaths in Cosmic Ocean. Few bombs on a level, well worth the expenditure. Alright, fine, I'll use 3 bombs here. What a silly level. I don't really believe that. Yeah. Okay. A little tricky. I think old Reversy's looking great here. Let's just load this up with ropes, lest we forget our way back. 2 crates for 1 bomb. Not turning down that kind of value. Let's go. Orb 2, huh? Okay, are we live? Oh man, okay, we're living. We're living. What a sequence. Here's where we become very grateful that we have gloves. Okay, where was this orb? I just saw it. Okay, well, it's not this low. It's got to be more on the other side. On the right-hand side. Left-hand side, rather. Brains are funny. I just want to fix this right now. There it is. All right, on that note, as we're losing our back equipment, about halfway through Cosmic Ocean, I'm going to take a short break here. Just going to stand up, stretch my legs, refill my water, cool off. After that, reset to play a little bit differently. There's no reason we can't persist through this run. Ankh is still intact. We have full equipment set. We can still find other back equipment, or we can do what we've done before and complete the rest of the levels with no back equipment. Be back in just a few moments for some more Spelunker 2 action. Alright, we have returned. Thanks for your patience during that brief one. A Cosmic Ocean continues right now. I see all 3 orbs right now. Let's just leave this one up top for number 3. So now that we don't have back equipment, it's really important to us that we understand how we're going to get to the exit before we pop the last orb. And right here, we got an easy route. A nice little warm-up. Ow. Okay, we got exit up top here. Nice. I almost jumped over that. Okay, that's orb 3 and orb 2. Orb 3 up top. That's 1. Man, a lot of skulls here. The most surprising part about that jetpack loss, how little health we lost on the way down. Still at 30 here is pretty good. Alright, this level is all kinds of hinky. Just gonna use some resources. There we go. I do very much respect that there are arrow traps on the side of this level, so I'll try to climb back up manually to the other orb. This level in Dwelling, we can't mess around with using the side level near as much. Not without incurring huge risks. Okay, there's orb 3. Oh, that's orb 3. I'd like to collect any crate I possibly can, because any crate could be back equipment. And though it's not here, now we know. It's 2. Okay, cool, there's an elevator here. So I can use that to get down to the bottom level. Potentially. Potential realized. Okay, exit here. Shotgun, I don't think so. Any cool orbs around here, maybe? No? Alright. Okay, now where that is. Boy, howdy, where do we think the third orb is? There it is, okay. God, this game's so amazing sometimes. What a sequence. I didn't even see the fourth one on the right there. I was like, okay. I'm going to avoid all these arrow traps right here. All 3 of them. What a game. What an experience. Simply the best. Okay, that went over the side level. It's a bit peculiar. Lucky. Alright, that's borked now. All the arrow traps are going to set off. I'm going to say the middle of the level is just, we're not going there anymore. We're going to do it from this side. Cheesy rice. Hey, the voice. Thanks for that tier 2, 87-month subscription and that very kind message. Glad the stream's a consistent place for you to relax for a while. Glad to hear it. Oh, that's 3. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, he running. He mad. Look at him shaking. Knock that off, bud. Oh, he's stuck in the meat grinder. That's tough. That's tough. Still falling. There's no stopping this train. It's not here? Okay, it is right here. Good. And he's holding the record right now. Longest mad run ever. All right. We're on the top of the level. Top left exit. Okay, that's a good last orb. It's a little bit far away, but I at least understand how to get back to the exit from there. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's just clean this up. There's one. Let's leave this here for a second. Okay, never mind. Take a quick peek. Exit's not in the immediate vicinity. Okay, this is 3, but I gotta have more information than this before I pop it. Exit should be down here. Is. Just in case. Okay, let's make this exit an easy entrance from the top corner. Cool. Okay, this level's not big. Good to know. Okay, almost. Almost. It's 1. Okay, we gotta go over the left-hand side here and get this last orb. I'm gonna throw a sticky bomb at this one to actually be orb 3. Okay. Very difficult orb to reach. Okay, orb here. Let's not get poisoned. I think this will work. There's one. There's two. Oh, good. More of this. Oh, good then. That's fair. It's one. Okay, at least we see the exit now. That's one piece of information. Top left-ish. The spark trap does not actually go on the edge, so that's good info. Okay. Tell me it's not 3. Okay, it's 2. I'm gonna rope up here. Diamond? Where'd that come from? Where'd that diamond come from? Had to be the horse guy. It's gotta be a really rare drop. Gotta be. There we go. Wow! Can't believe it. Al making me look good. That was 1 pixel from death. Two pixels? Definitely not. 1 pixel? Maybe. Well flinched, Al. Well flinched. Okay, more rope then. I'm gonna try climbing up the side because I have not seen the rest of the level yet. That'll do it though. What an exit. What a game. It's fine. Oh no, that's tough. Okay, we still have the Ankh, so it's alright. Maybe not for the worst. It's gonna make a commitment to right now to not speeding up my play for the poison. I'm okay dying here and resurrecting at low health. So if we find a mummy, that'd be awesome. There's 2. Here's 3. I see a boomerang, I'll try for it. Could extend this out by several minutes by having a boomerang on hand. Need to be careful not to get too bloodthirsty with this because time trouble can be a very real issue with no back equipment. Definitely don't think boomerang's a bad idea with no back equipment though. It's a strong item. Okay. Ooh, where is this orb? This is a big level, man. There it is. And that's the exit right there. Okay. It's only 2. I thought that was 3. 145 right now. Yikes. Okay, I gotta get cut into this level somewhere. Right here will do. Slowly but surely getting a picture of this level. We know it's very large. Check down here real quick. There it is. Okay. Now, how we're getting back to the exit from here is a very good question. $46. This is it then. All right, we're alive. All right, no mummy, but still temple. It's a good last orb. Let's bomb here. Okay, that's fine. Yo, Old Chief 92, thanks so much for 36 months. Appreciate that. 3 years. Thank you, thank you. One. Hmm. Okay. Right here's the last one, right? That's it, right? This is the last one. Ropes, okay. My urn. Any other throwable here? Guess a bomb's technically a throwable. Alright, fine. Yeah, I didn't exactly set myself up for success getting out of here. It's alright. Hello. Later, Tater. Almost sounded like two popped off there. Not convinced, though. Okay, well, at least our exit's on top, so if this isn't 3, we have a pretty easy time getting back to it. I have a feeling that old Reversey is the way. Looks like I was wrong. Okay, this level's huge, dang. Well, and good news, that only leaves a couple places for the orb to be. One of them's up here. In a couple levels, if we have not found a mummy, I'm going to choose a spot to die and resurrect to start gaining health again. Definitely better to choose our own fate. Okay, there's the last orb right there. Okay. Got a couple issues with this orb. Don't have a clean way back to the exit just yet. Let me make sure nothing's falling through here. There was no arrow trap on the top tile of this one, so we should be able to get to pop this and drop back through. Like so. Later, Tater. Okay, there's one. Another boomerang on hand would not be bad. Not a fun little segment there now, is it? Okay, one of those didn't die. Okay, there's the exit. Okay, man overboard. Okay, how big's this one, you think? It's at least 5 deep so far. Looking like 6 deep. No idea on width yet. No. Did he go in there again? He did. Okay. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Two minutes right now. Cheesy rice, this place is cursed. Okay, I have this small issue that I don't know exactly how we're getting back to our exit from here. I'd like to figure that out before I pop this orb. I believe it's up here, but... no, maybe I just don't have time to bus here. Let's go. Okay, that's about where I thought it was going to come in from, but not exactly. Where do? Okay, here it is. Didn't actually need a rope there, but why not? Okay. So our health right now, 4. I can probably do one more level, or die on the next level, at least. It's a tough whip. Gotta jump, then turn and back whip. Oh, I missed the orb. I was like, what is going on? Yeah, that's a really good last orb. Let's leave the rock that we're going to use to pop that here, too. With multiple crabs here, I'm going to go ahead and clean this up, and then I'm going to choose to lose my onk on this level. If it doesn't turn out this level's massive or something, 'cause it's looking like it might be. It's not that big. Okay, let's lose the Ankh right here. Intentional losing it. I mean, we were either going to lose it in 30 seconds or lose it right there. And at least this way we get to teleport back to the start so I can get back to clearing this level. There's 2 and 3. So we're going to grab the crabmans that we can see and get the health from them. Time to start building a health resource again. Oh god, that was scary. That was really scary. Let's do that completely differently next time. Oh my god, stop. I'm supposed to be gaining health, not losing health, game. Okay. I just gain health naturally as I'm playing. Like, just play slower. I'm done goofing right now. Oh good, more of this. Oh good. There are some positives here. Bees not being one of them. Okay, double poison snake, curse cat seen. Curse cat on the exit, also seen. Might be reversing up to the exit. Does not seem unlikely. Really don't want to be on the edge of the level, but it's where we are right now. Orb 1, orb 2. Okay. Let's loop around. Is that the one I saw from below? It is. Okay, I've seen this. There's a poison snake on the right, too. Was a poison snake on the right, too. I gotta see up here, so we haven't seen it yet. Okay, there's poison falling on the ceiling in multiple locations. Okay, that's where we started again. So, like, bottom right is now the area we haven't seen, or right here by the exit. Send some bombs down, or a bomb down. Oh, I see. This isn't the bottom of the level. It's all making sense now. This guy's got to go. Yeah, for sure this level's a little... more than a little bit cursed. Let's keep it easy on ourselves here. I saw a little clip of the jellyfish below us. Okay, not a wide level. There's 2. Didn't feel like a very convenient last orb, though. It might have been our best choice. Oh, this is good. Alright, another temple, still no mummy. If there is a mummy, it will always be at the start of the temple. Not a complaint, merely an observation. Alright, I'm not dropping through here, no way. Too risky. Okay, exit right here, nice. feel like that's a relatively decent last orb. Okay, nah. Nah, I'm good. We're all good on that, thanks. Oh, a little soon. Get me out of here. Alright, it's a bit of a yikes. Let's rope right here, and then you can bomb it like that. That whole side looks very inconvenient. Speaking of which, how am I getting out of here? Let's bomb this real quick. If they're gonna give me weird temples, I'm gonna use some bombs. Okay, this level's not very big, we just learned. That's good. Ugh. Okay, multiple sources of poison. And there's the exit, nice. Okay. Alright, Tide Pool. Love to see it. It's real easy to take chip damage in Tide Pool, but we're just gonna keep it cooler and collect all the crab blood. Have a good old time. Okay, there's an orb down there too. A big-ass crab right there. Would love to harvest that. Did I see orb 3 as well? I did. A very convenient orb 3 even. Okay, a little off on that one. Alright, so I'm going to use one bomb right here so I can actually stomp this guy. Collect my just reward. There's one. Okay, nope. Nope. Let's get rid of that too. Okay, we see the exit, awesome. See a thwomp here, not so awesome. Okay, that's gonna release the snake. Never mind. Thought that was gonna be bad. It wasn't. Great orb 3 right here. Noted. Okay. Now all we gotta do is make it back to the orb up here. Not through these thwomps, though. Bomb here to get back. I'm going to use one more bomb. For my safety. That's fair. When you done did it, you've done it. Let's get some more info here. Okay, there's one orb. Never very comfortable popping that orb. I know it's completely safe. There's really no way to fall on the spikes, but pressing down while you're over spikes is... it's a feeling. Take that, you ridiculous crab. I think I see the exit over here. There's two. Bloop. Okay. I have not actually seen the exit yet, so I don't want to pop that. Very active level, man. Oh, you flipped your last flop, you son of a gun. Can't have that now. No floppy fish on my menu. Uh-uh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that angle's weird. Okay, I'm going to choose to use a bomb here rather than activate this arrow trap because I don't want arrows having activated into the side level. All right, there's another one. That seems like the last orb of our dreams. I'm gonna throw a rope here just to make it even cooler. All right, the remaining area we haven't gone to is in the central and left-hand side. All right, this drop down isn't unsafe. Still gonna use a ball. Parachute. Parachute could actually be useful. Matic? I don't think so, man. Okay, right back where this whole thing started. This is actually Orb 3 right now. No, because this orb exists. Later, Tater. Blomp. Yeah, I kind of have to go this way to find a way out of this. Or through the level. Okay, I could see that being Orb 3. Probably not, but it could be. There's one. Yeah, that just might be our last orb. Nah, that's way too convenient. Another tough whip there. right, line them up, knock them down. All right, very short restroom break for me, and then we will be finishing this off, win, lose, or draw. Be right back. Hey, during that last side levels, Bolt Vanderhuge, thanks for 102 months of support. Appreciate that very much. All right, returning momentarily for the continuation of this run. Hey, we're now 31 levels, no back equipment. Pretty sick. Alrighty, we have returned. Almost choked on water right before I turned the mic back on. My goodness. Yikes. Okay, this looks like a good last orb to me. Still haven't heard that go off. That's scary. Okay, let's just bomb in. I got lots of resources. This is the type of level we want to use them on. Another orb here. Awesome. That's one. Wow, man, this is really, really nasty. Okay, I'll float to the ceiling, sure. You bet. Oh yeah, you betcha. Okay, I know where the orb is below the exit. Even though that was a very adequate third orb, I already have a good route planned out. Starting with a bomb right here. Not sure where the jelly's coming in from, so I'm gonna set this up different. Okay, no. Okay, we're fine. Not dead anyways. God bless. How about I remove this spark track? This is just busting my brain right now. Cheesy rice. Trying to keep track of two circular things. I can't do it. All right, more of this then. That would have been a good orb 3. There's orb 2. Perfect. Keep it simple. Keep it cool. That's how we stay alive. All right, here we go again. I just heard an orb go off by itself. Anywhere I feel like using a bomb this level, I'm gonna. There's elevator coming down here now. Careful of that. Okay, that should be orb 3. It's 2. Just wait for the spark trap to roll back around and get out of here. Yes, lots of Neobab, lots of tide pool on this cosmic ocean. Okay, I saw this orb up top. It turns out it's also a good last one. Love it. I think that might get us trapped. Here we go. Okay, it's definitely safe. All right, tide pool, love to see it. Guess 2 should have been 3. That's really a perfect third orb. Here's 3 here. Let's bomb this real fast. I keep my head low for a second. 1. I'm gonna use a rope here. I just have a feeling. There's 2. Okay, here's that. This 3? Oh, okay, is that going around forever? Oh, no. Wow. All right. It's gonna take a sip of coffee and cool off after that one. Sorry, Sage, this is not a dad stream. I can only be dad to one human being on this planet. That's my daughter. I know that's the culture in some channels, but not here. Better lucky than good. That's right. That's right. Bonk. Hey, we're under 10 levels here? Is this happening right now? Feels like it is. Feels like it is. Okay, let's clean this up real fast. Is this 3 right now? Please don't be. Okay, it's not. I really shouldn't drop through, and I'm not going to. It's a very minor risk on tide pool, but last time I took a minor risk like that, I died. It's not. Okay, there's orb 3. It's a crab for sure. Saw you the entire way, Mr. Crab. Okay. Wasn't expecting that to pop it, but it did. I mean, planned. 100%. All skill, no luck. 100% of the time. In my dreams. Ooh. One sec. Okay. Well, if this run has proven anything to me after that J run we had a couple weeks ago as well, is that I am 100% capable of completing Cosmic Ocean starting with no back equipment. This one, if we complete, will be about half and half. We lost the jetpack on 751. Yikes. What's going on here? Okay, where was the exit from this orb? It's down further, isn't it? Down here somewhere? Oh yeah, I see the top of it right there. Let's put a rope as a guide, and then another rope right here. Yo, Dresmat, thanks for 51 months. Appreciate that continuation. Yikes. Rope and a bomb. Alright, they chatting now. They're chatting too. I don't know, can I get past this here? I can. Good. Feeling better already, man. Okay, I just heard an orb go off. Let's leave this for orb 3. Indeed. There's one. Oh, thanks, Giant Fly. Okay, simplifying my life. Thanks, bud. 2. Gonna over-reversey this right now. I got a feeling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I slipped, I'll admit it. Alright, well here's the exit. There's an orb up here. Listen here, you ridiculous frog. Nice moves, man. Okay, this is also orb 3. No daily today. We started with this run, which has turned out to be quite exceptional. Seems like a pretty good last orb. Let's leave it there. Except that one's even better. Oh, that's one. Okay. Okay. Okay, orb 1, orb 2. I think I'm just going to use a rope and a couple bombs here, in fact. Maybe this guy can help me out? No? Okay. There you go. Nice work, partner. I'm going to bomb this one. Okay. I think the exit is on the other side of this. It's got a little tiny glimpse of some rocks there. Okay, the exit is not on the other side of this. Let's figure out exactly where that is then. Right here. Okay. Yo, let's get this while it's here. Okay, the pot cracked as well, which is good. Okay, let's put a rope here. Set this off even. Just trying to set myself up for success here. Okay, more of this. Let's just say anywhere we want to use a bomb, we're just going to go for it. No wrong bombs right now. Okay, that's definitely not a wrong bomb. 3 spark traps and a laser trap removed from the level. Okay, that's going to be orb 3. Make sure there's not an elevator coming through here. Just going to wait like 12 seconds. Also, let's get that out of here. Okay, level's not big at least. It's a small comfort. Gonna triple check we're clear here. All right, some more Neobam. Finish it in style, one way or another. Probably shouldn't have popped that yet, but no matter where you go, there you are. Turns out we're right here at the moment. Okay. That was definitely some plays there. Okay, we got a way back to the exit now. I don't like that. I'm going to bomb it. Oh god, that elevator really scared me, the one above me there. Thanks for saving my life, Shroomers. I didn't leave myself a good jump here, did I? I can definitely make that, but I'm still gonna... Oh. I kind of hate it. I know I can make that. Easily make it. It's getting a little jumpy here with only a few levels left. Thank you, Tide Pool. Okay. There's one. Here's the exit. Awesome. And an orb by it. Beautiful. Love to see that. Gonna bomb through here. Hello, Mr. Crab. Never mind. That's not our last orb, in fact. Alright, let's reverse back up to this thing. And then pick the last orb off. Yeah, right here. Might still come from the bottom. Didn't. Alright, final level Neobab. Wouldn't have it any other way, now would we? Okay, 2 orbs right on the corner here. I think I'm gonna leave. Thank you, Pin, for your offering, whatever it is. I can't look right now. I appreciate it. You're such good kidders. A little worried I haven't seen this 3rd orb yet. I mean, it's possible the orb got popped itself on the level. Not actually that unlikely. 2 spoops. Here it is. Okay. I think it's easier to pop this one last and then go across than it is to pop the 2 on the bottom. Okay, I take back everything I just said. We're gonna reverse the heck out of this, then. Okay, 1 already got popped. No kidding. It was unexpected. Yo, GG. Half with jetpack, half without. And another one in the books. Crazy cool run. Nice work, Al. Yo, Harry John, thanks for 29 months. Wacklefoss, thanks for 48 as well. Appreciate that 4 years. Hessie and X dropping 1,000 bits as well. Thank you for that generosity. What a run. What a run. Dear Journal, I was law-abiding, I was a king, I liked pets, I took my first damage in level 1-3. I survived death once, my skill, knowledge, and bravery allow me to become one with the cosmos, forever learning. Ow. Yo, that was a sick run. That was one of my best performances ever, I would say. That was the second longest I've gone without back equipment. Overcame a lot of adversity on those levels too. I don't know how many Neobabs there were. It seemed like at least 20. Yo, Mr. Haydel, thanks for 12 months too. And Kazanri, thanks for 108. Well, no better way to end a stream than that. What a feeling reaching 799 is. Even after doing it 33 times now, still an amazing feeling. What a crazy cool game. So glad Cosmic Ocean and Spelunky 2 exist. Well, we'll be back at it tomorrow for our Sunday stream. Hope to see you there in the afternoon. Thanks for another great one. Thanks everybody to stop by from Dan Giesling's channel. Appreciate you. Very cool day on stream. Thanks everybody for the time and support. Look forward to doing it again tomorrow. Until then, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Take her easy.